Well, good evening, racing fans. Welcome to racing action from Grand River Raceway for this Friday evening. And let's quickly get a look at the changes on this evening's card of racing, as we're about 14 minutes to post time. Note in race number 1, number 2, Larry's Girl is scratch to Larry's Girl. And note that number 8, All Our Wishes, the driver Samara Johnson. Samara Johnson will drive 8, All Our Wishes. In the second race, number 5, Heartbeat and Sizzle. Bridle change, blind to blinkers on number 5, Heartbeat and Sizzle. Robert Shepard will drive number 6, Diamonds Are Twine. In race number 3, number 7, Petro Angel, the driver will be Brett McDonald. Brett McDonald will drive the 7 in the third. Race number 4, scratched, is number 3, Bet on Blink. Race 4, scratch 3, Bet on Blink. Race number 5, number 8, Elegance Du Hurrah. Bridle change, blind to open bridle. Blind to open on 8, Elegance Du Hurrah. Race number 6, 9, Moonshiner's Credit. Bridle change, open bridle to blinkers. The 7th race, number 2, Iona Dream. A bridle change, side rolls to blinkers. Race number 8, number 5, YS Delight. The driver, Robert Shepard. Robert Shepard drives 5, YS Delight. And races 9 and 10, no changes. Once again, reviewing races 1 and 2. Race number 1, note that in the first race, scratched is 2, Samara Johnson drives 8. And the second race, note that number 5, Heartbeat and Sizzle, an equipment change, blind to blinkers, and Robert Shepard drives 6, Diamonds Are Twine. 12 minutes to post time, and time to welcome in our handicapping and race color man, Robert Reed Jr. Robert, just before we move on and talk about this evening's card, just a very quick thoughts. We're 6 weeks into this race program, this meet, and just some quick observations of what you think you've noticed so far.
Sure, Gary. Well, you know what? I love it here at Grand River Raceway, and it's a racing colony that I've always followed closely. But there's a few things that have really stood out to me since the opener of this meet. And the first one is something that I was excited for, but I had no idea how competitive it was going to be, and that's the driver's title race. You know, right now we've got Brett McDonald and Colin Kelly, within a slim margin of each other, and a lot of others right behind them. And I think that is makes for extremely competitive racing, and you can see these guys want to win every time they go on the track. So I think that it's great when you have a competitive drivers colony, because it makes for great racing, especially over a half-mile surface. The second one is going to be something that we knew coming in, but wow, do you ever see it night in and night out? That's post position. Post position is king here, and you've got to be kind of savvy to know that when a horse has the rail or the 2-hole 1 week, and they might look really dominant, if they draw the outside next time around, you got to be careful. And we've seen that many times, especially in the preferred, where a horse wins and then has to come out next time and take the outside post, and it doesn't work out so well. So post position is king. You want to always make sure you're looking to the inside to see if there's something you might have missed on the ones that are the inside of the gate, and maybe sometimes just throw the ones out on the outside, and if they beat you, they beat you. And that kind of leads into my next one, where the program, and this just plays into when I write the Horse Players Journal at Mohawk Park, it doesn't always tell you the truth. A lot happens between those poles, and guess what? A lot of times here at Grand River Raceway, a horse on the outside will try to leave and then can't, and that does not show up in the program. So you always want to make sure you check the replays at times to see, and we saw it the other night with Smoke and Reactor. A horse looked like she got a pretty good trip from off the pace, when in actuality, she left out and then had to go back and then re-rally again, get to the lead, and that start a week ago. So, replays are important. I'll stress that to everyone, but guess what? I'll do that work for you guys, because that's my job. But sometimes you might want to double check yourself as well, especially when you see one that maybe they looks like they got a perfect trip, when in actuality they didn't. So I would say competitive drivers colony, post position is king, and don't always believe the program, because sometimes it can tell you lies. But anyways, folks, as Gary said, I'm Robert Reed Jr. I'm going to be your on-air handicapper tonight, and I'm so excited because it's fantastic Friday, and we've got a great card of harness racing action for you here at Grand River Raceway in Elora, Ontario. We've got 4 Ontario Sire Stakes grassroots divisions for 3-year-old filly trotters and 1 division of the Prospect Series as well. And I think we've got some real good wagering opportunities throughout the evening. Sometimes trotters can be unpredictable. I think there might be some value plays tonight, and we'll touch on those every single race as myself and Gary do throughout the evening. But we're going to get kicked off, obviously, with our opener, and that's going to start off with our Pick 5, which has a guaranteed pool of $2,500. We've been surpassing that almost every single night here at Grand River Raceway, and it's a wager you don't want to miss out on. So sharpen your pencils, but Gary and I will be back very shortly to break down our tickets.
Welcome to the Grand River Agricultural Society, home of the Grand River Raceway and the Grandway Event Center.
Offering scholarships to those looking to study in the field of agriculture or environment.
We want to make your event dreams a reality.
And no matter a small, intimate wedding or a grand affair,
We're here to help.
Providing philanthropic support through community granting and impact investing.
At GRASS, everything we do is driven by our ability to give back.
Enjoy great food and friendship at the Grandway Lounge with a menu full of fresh local ingredients.
Creating employment opportunities in the community.
We invite you trackside for fast-paced racing excitement and family fun entertainment.
Sharing our facilities to enrich the lives of our local community.
No matter why you're visiting Grand River, expect an experience.
All right, folks. Well, as promised, Gary and I have mapped out some Pick 5 tickets for you. Again, the guaranteed pool is $2,500, and I'm spending $9.60 tonight for a 20-cent ticket, and I really like this sequence. Sometimes, though, when I say that, it ends up ending in disaster, but tonight I am very optimistic. We're going to get started in race number 1. I'm going to single number 4, Fuzzy Angel. I was at Clinton Raceway for her last victory. She finally got off the schneid with a victory, breaking her maiden. Jody Jamieson was extremely confident that day with her, and I think they're going to be good again, especially from post 4. Go to the front, not look back. I'm singling Fuzzy Angel. In the second leg, I'm going to go 4 deep. Number 1, See the Delight. Number 2, Butterfly Kisses. Number 3, Land of Paradise. And number 8, JMR Mockmel. That 8 hole is going to be tough for her, but I'm going to throw her in there. I think I want to spread out in leg 2. I think there might be a price in there. In the third leg, I'm going to go 2 deep with number 1, Pixie's Lady, and number 6, Megan Lady. Number 6, Megan Lady's coming out of a key qualifier. You know how much I love those. Keep an eye on that one, even though she is my second choice. And race number 4, I'm going 2 deep again with number 2, Southwind Sandor. Had a nice win here 2 starts back. And number 4, Harper's Hat-Trick, who was Gary Guy's pretty much guarantee last time this horse stepped on the track, and he got the job done. Going 2 deep in the 4th race, and then I'm going to close it off in the money leg, going 3 deep, and I'm going to use number 1, Radical JJ, as my top selection. Number 4, Equinox Annie is a horse I really like, though. I'm just not sure if she'll be able to get around Grand River Raceway, but I like her a lot. And number 6, Edgewater, was fantastic last time at Mohawk Park, but she's made breaks in 2 of 3 races over a half-mile surface. That's my ticket, $9.60. Let's see what Gary Guy has for us tonight.
Well, Rob, I spent the same amount of money as you, but I'm not sure I'm going to have the same result as you. I like your chances in here. Yeah, I have a different sort of ticket. In the first race, I have the 4. I think Fuzzy Angel's the one to beat, but I also added in a Blue Blood on the trailer post position just because I like some things there. Second race, well, I took 2 of your 4 horses, 2 Butterfly Kisses and 3 Land of Paradise. I like the 3 a lot in that race. In race number 3, I have 3 horses, the 1, 4, and 2, the 1, 2, and 4. But I didn't go with your Mag Lady. I could get taken down there. Fourth race, I agree with you, keying on Harper's hat trick, and or at least you added one, though. You added Southwind Sandor. I wasn't on this horse 2 races ago, so I didn't go to the wedding. I can't go to the funeral now. Harper's hat trick, I'm alone. And in race number 5, to complete my pick 5, I have 4 horses in there, the 1, 5, 6, and 9, so we're both spreading out. I think the 5th race has some wide open possibilities. $9.60. We'll see how it fares.
Well, there you have it, folks. $9.60. You know, Gary and I don't talk about these tickets ahead of time, and somehow we always end up landing on a similar amount, a similar structure, and we do have an opportunity again to both win. Hopefully that happens, but if not, maybe one of us can cash a ticket finally. We've been a bit of a dry spell in these pick 5s for Gary and I, but let's take a look at this first race a little closer. We've got a division of the Ontario Sire Stakes Grassroots for 3-year-old filly trotters, and I'm all in on number 4, Fuzzy Angel, in my pick 5 and on top in this race. I was at Clinton Raceway that day doing some work with Costa TV. I interviewed Jody Jameson before that race, and he had supreme confidence in this filly. He said that he was expecting to win, and he thought that she was going to finally break through and break her maiden, and she did. She was amazing that day. She won by 4 lengths, and I think if she can get to the front in here, she won't look back, and she'll get the job done once again. In for second, I like number 5, Mensa. First start, Ben Bayarjan last time in the Prospect Series at Georgian Downs, a nice effort, overland, ended up finishing second to a horse I like later on tonight, Radical JJ, and I think Mensa, might be able to step up to this grassroots division with a good effort today, especially second start out of that powerful barn of Ben Bayarjan. And then looking to my third selection, I am going to go to number 3, Stonebridge Strong. The reason being, well, non-winners of 2, not much success, but a lot of these horses can't get under non-winners of 1. And this horse was a winner last season. I don't know. As a price, I like this one. 4-1, though, a little too short for me. And then in for the 4th spot, I went to number 9, a Blue Blood. I just think the trailing post might be difficult for this one today, but this horse was fantastic at Clinton last time. So you definitely want to take a look at this one, especially at 9-1. They're coming on the track right now for the opener, but I'll be back in just a few moments with Gary Guy to discuss a little bit further after the post break.
Field 4, race 1 on parade. 1 is Havana Moon. Steve Byron for John Bax and Bax Stable. Number 3 is Stonebridge Strong. Brian Holody for Paul Meekins and Saltwater Stable. Number 4, Fuzzy Angel. Jody Jameson for Blake McIntosh and Hunt Racing. And number 5, Menza next door for Benoit Bayet, Jean Tom Rankin and Elizabeth Rankin. And number 6, IDA Princess Lorimer McClure for William McClure and John McClure. And number 7, Century Highness Mike Saftik for Pat Hunt, Glengate Farms. Number 8, All Our Wishes, Samara Johnson for Denise Ball. Number 9 is a Blue Blood, Travis Henry for Greg McNair and Matthew and Roy Trelford. Let's get a look at this field for race number 1 and, first grassroots division, Rob, and there is number 4, Fuzzy Angel. 4-5 on the board. I wouldn't be surprised if it's even lower than that, but should definitely be the favorite. And that last line of Clinton, outstanding. Also is able to finish well besides leaving well.
Yeah, one of the big stories that day, Gary, on that card was the fact that she was still a maiden. She raced well last year in some gold events, and it was kind of surprising to see this horse was still a maiden going into that last effort. She ended up breaking through and winning in her 14th lifetime start, and I'll tell you, Jody, I've never heard him so confident in a horse before the race. He said that she would go out and win, and she did. So I think that if she can leave out like she did last time, she raced fantastic. I can't see them beating her.
Right now, number 5, Menza, is sitting at 9-1 on the board. You do see a couple of breaks back in June, one in a qualifier and one in that start off the layoff. But I'll tell you that last start here in the Prospect Series was solid, finished with a 28-second final quarter. Menza's offering value. There's Menza.
Yeah, definitely 9-1 on this one. You know, there's been no break since Ben Baerjean took this one over, and I liked the effort last time in the Prospect Series. Finished second to a horse that I really like tonight later on in the card. And I think this one should be a big part of it, this evening. I don't know if she can get the better of Fuzzy Angel, if she minds her manners and does her thing, but I think you got to use this one underneath.
I guess you could say that Menza was moving smartly at the finish. Number 3, Stonebridge Strong, is dropping down. Now, the form isn't good, but at least it's non-winners at 2. And as you mentioned, that's a class drop, muscle mass filly, and a winner in the maiden class last year getting out of there. Stonebridge Strong, 6-1.
Yeah, this one, racing at Mohawk Park and non-winners at 2, that's not, an easy task by any stretch, and she may not have been competitive yet, but a lot of these horses, haven't been able to win a non-winners at 1 at Mohawk Park. She was a rock-solid winner last year in Division of the Grassroots at 10-1. I certainly think this one is one you need to consider. 7-1, shorter than I thought she'd be, but I wouldn't discount this horse.
Number 9, a Blue Blood, and Travis Henry for Greg McNair. I've loved Greg McNair's barn in the past. Travis Henry from the Trailer Post. Yes, the Trailer Post makes it more difficult, but you do see 3 wins in 6 starts this year, including a win up at Clinton, and certainly was under wraps at the finish. A Blue Blood has to get it done from the Trailer Post. That's probably the biggest reason why you may have put her back a little bit.
Yeah, I certainly did because of that, and only that. She looks fantastic on the track right now. Ears up, looks really like she's come to play tonight, a Blue Blood, and she did race fantastic at Clinton. That was a solid effort, went to the top, never looked back, and she finished the mile strong. Doug McNair, had tight lines to the wire, and I know that they're high on this horse this season, 3 for 6 as a sophomore, and if her nose is on the gate inside, I think this horse would have been picked in for second, but for me, trailing post, especially young trotters, I bumped her back to 4th.
Well, I do know somebody that picked her second in a pick 5 ticket. We'll see how that person fares. There's a number 1, Havana Moon, but a horse I want to talk about is number 7, Century Highness, because this is a filly that has some ability. I think that 13-1 is predominantly about the post position. Century Highness, we'll have to figure it out from post 7, but at least, it'll be post 6 now with a scratch of the 2.
Yeah, definitely. And that was an eye-catching win before the shutdown at Mohawk Park when this one scored at 18-1. Post 6, I think, is the big deterrent for me. Last time raced pretty well, though, from the rail at Clinton. Jody obviously decided to go with Fuzzy Angel, and that's the direction I went in. But I think Century Highness is one that can definitely get a piece underneath.
Well, the starting gate is rolling for the first dash on this Friday night with more fans here. It is outstanding here at Grand River Raceway on a Friday night as the field is gathering in behind the gate at the river. Havana Moon on the inside with Stonebridge Strong in the center. Fuzzy Angel, Menza, and IDA Princess to the outside. Century Highness and All Our Wishes. And the second tier, Blue Blood. Field 4 race number 1 is at the start, and they're off. And off stride went Menza. Stonebridge Strong is leaving out, and down to the inside, it is Havana Moon. Fuzzy Angel is working 3 wide, but Fuzzy Angel and Double J looking to come on and clear to the lead. And Havana Moon has got that inside position at 70-1, and then Stonebridge Strong. Century Highness did well from post 7 to get out 4th, and then it's up Blue Blood. racing fifth. Then it is Ida Princess as they race on to the opening quarter. And then All Our Wishes and Menza after that early break is trailing the field. Fuzzy Angel 1-5 on the board and looking the part right now. Leads it by 5. Madam Moon is second. Then it is Stonebridge Strong who's third. Century Highness is positioned fourth as they come off the turn and race on towards us. And then a Blue Blood is fifth as they come up to the half, but right now it is all Fuzzy Angel. Fuzzy Angel off a half of 57-3 is getting away a bit, leads by about a half dozen lengths over Havana Moon, and then it is Stonebridge Strong to the inside. Century Highness is going to angle to the outside following Stonebridge Strong, who took out from third, and then a Blue Blood is on the outside, but right now it is all Fuzzy Angel leading by about a dozen lengths. Stonebridge Strong on the outside second. Havana Moon is third. Century Highness has moved out, and a Blue Blood as they hustle on to three quarters, but Fuzzy Angel is getting away on the field at 1:26.3 the three-quarter time. Stonebridge Strong is second, then Century Highness, and Blue Blood to the outside is now closing and is third, 1:26.3 the three-quarter time, and Fuzzy Angel as they turn for home. On down the stretch drive they come, still a substantial lead. Blue Blood has come on now and picked up second. Fuzzy Angel, a Blue Blood, and then third is between the Century Highness and on the inside Stonebridge Strong. 1:56.3. Fuzzy Angel. There's nothing fuzzy about this picture. She was the best.
Yeah, Gary, you know what? Maybe that's all it takes for this filly is to break through with a win last time. Feeling good about herself tonight. Jody Jamieson goes to the front, and wow, did she ever just open up and win by as much as she wants. Jody, tight lines and just a passenger. Wow, nice performance by Fuzzy Angel.
Yeah, number 9, a Blue Blood was able to come on and pick up second. Not sure who was third. It's between the 7 and the 3. We'll see how that is. But I'll tell you, it's not uncertain about who was the best in this race. And there she is trotting to the finish with the trotting hobbles on and a smooth and dominant performance. Double J, I nicknamed him the Green Machine. Well, he definitely got all the green here in race number 1.
Yeah, definitely. You know, this filly started her career off 0 for 13, and now she's 2 for her last 2, and both were just devastating victories. Really impressive. I think we can cash on a Blue Blood next time, Gary. If she draws inside, nose on the gate, she raced really well to be second, but it was a race for that place spot and nothing more. You know, Jody Jamieson, like I said, was supremely confident in this one at Clinton before that start, before she broke her maiden. And he spoke very highly of this filly, and it's really starting to show now because she's put it together and produced 2 rock-solid performances.
Yeah, number 9, a Blue Blood, at least did manage to finish second, 13-1. So it was the trailer post, but definitely getting on the gate. Got away fifth and then had a lot of work to do. Stonebridge Strong did manage to finish third, and we talked about Century Highness. Century Highness actually was able to race reasonably forwardly placed and was able to get on to the top 4 at 12-1 to help it pay. Back in front of us is the winner of race number 1. It's number 4, Fuzzy Angel, a 3-year-old Archangel Bay filly owned by Hunt Racing and Blake McIntosh. Blake McIntosh is the trainer. The winning drive to Jody Jamieson. The Green Machine scores in race 1, 1:56.3. That's a new career mark and a second win, lifetime second in a row. The first race payouts for Fuzzy Angel, 240, 210, 210. 9, a Blue Blood, $5, $3.33. Stonebridge Strong, $3.40. $2 Exactor, $9.40. Try, $20.10. $1 Super, $69. First race order finish from the top is 6 scratch 3, 185472. That's 6 scratch 3, 185472.
All right, well, congratulations to the connections of Fuzzy Angel on taking down the first race and the first division of the OSS Grassroots for 3-year-old trotting fillies. Let's move on to race number 2. We've got fillies and mares. These are condition claimers with a price tag of $15,000 for non-winners of $37,500 a life. And, well, folks, I think this is a tough race. I'll be honest. This is a race I struggled with, and that's why I went 4 deep in my pick 5. Me and Gary are both still trucking. I've got 4 in this race, the 1, 2, 3, and 8. I think this is a very competitive race. I went to number 2, Butterfly Kisses on top. Last time at Kawartha Downs, got used hard from post 7, ended up in a tricky spot first over, and then faded late in the mile to finish 7th. Start before that, similar kind of story. Went to the front, may have been used a little too hard before fading to 5th, but I don't know. I think with post 2 tonight, she might be able to get to the lead or sit a 2-hole and get the better of this group. So I did put Butterfly Kisses on top, but I'll be honest, this is probably my lowest clarity rating tonight among the races. This is one here where I wanted to have a pile of them in my pick 5. I think it's a very competitive race. And for second, I went to number 1, See the Delight. And I was hoping for a price on this one, and 15-1, I like it. Racing at Dresden, I know a lot of people are going to shy away with those times this filly or this mare is showing, but Dresden's definitely a slower track than here at Grand River Raceway, and I think this horse has enough speed from the pole position, able to get away, sit a trip, and who knows, maybe she can get the job done. 15-1 on the board for Donnie Rankin Jr., and those last races are in non-winners of $15,000 lifetime. I don't know. I think this one has a chance here off 2 wins in a row. Should be confident. I wouldn't want to leave this horse off my tickets, especially at a price of 13-1. And then in for third, I got number 3, Land of Paradise. Last time only got beat a neck to JMR Mockmel, who always does well for an inside post. This one certainly gave that one, a run for her money late in the mile last time. Shook loose, did well to do so. 3-1 on the board. I see Gary's going to this one on top, Ken for second, me for third. So we're all kind of similar. I do think Land of Paradise is one you need to have on your tickets in this one. I just wasn't confident in putting that one on top. And then, for fourth, I went to JMR Mockmel. I see Ken Middleton wasn't worried about post 8, but I certainly was. This one definitely performs well from an inside post. 2 wins from the pole position, at this class in her last 3. But 2 starts back from post 9, trailing post, ended up finishing 4th. I don't know how she gets away, with the lead here or close to it. It's tough to do here at Grand River Raceway, and I'm thinking she might get spun out if she tries that. I don't know. I think she's got a tough task ahead tonight. I did use her because I respect the horse and I respect the connections, but I certainly can't put that one on top from out there. So for me, it's going to be number 2, Butterfly Kisses, over the 1, 3, and 8, but I think this one's wide open, folks, and we'll come back and talk about this event a little more with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for the second race on parade. 1, See the Delight. Donnie Rankin Jr. drives and trains and owns. 2 is Butterfly Kisses, Austin Sorry for Kyle Reibling. Number 3 is Land of Paradise, Travis Henry for Scott McNiven and Thomas Broadhurst and Shirley Griffin. 4 is Transcendence, Nick Stewart for Gary Kingshot. Number 5 is Heartbeat and Sizzle, Nick Boyd for Bruno Lacroix and Wayne Smith. Number 6, Diamonds Are Twined, Robert Shepard for Gary McDonald and Chad Hill and Kimberly Jensen. Number 7 is Lady Aquila, Aaron Byron for Joe Pereira and Michael Strasburg. And 8 is JMR Mockmel, Colin Kelly for Harold Wilson and JMR Racing. Field of 8, race number 2. And first up, we're going to take a look at number 2, Butterfly Kisses. And Butterfly Kisses is one that, well, 3 wins in 11 starts and is your top pick, Rob. And there is Austin Sorry, who's really impressed me. He's one that I've added to the list of top drivers that you can play. Butterfly Kisses gets a better post position here as well. And Butterfly Kisses, even money, getting a lot of love.
Yeah, I was not expecting that. And, you know, Gary, when I say I think a race is wide open, I don't want to land on the even money shot, that's for sure. But I do like this one's chances. You know, I don't think she's going to get, roughed up or have to do as much as she's had to do in her last few starts. You look at all those lines, she's gone either overland journeys or she's been used pretty hard on the front end. So I think she might get an easier go of it tonight. And, if she does, she's got a big chance. But 6-5, I'll be honest, I don't like taking alls in multi-leg wagers. I don't like giving up that kind of equity. Tonight I almost did it. Went 4 deep, though. I think this race is wide open. I won't take 6-5 on a horse in here.
We're going to take a look next at number 1, See the Delight, and that is your second choice. And right now warming up on the track. Certainly has the gate speed coming in from Dresden. 3 wins on the year. I didn't use this one in my top 4, so you have to sell me.
Yeah, Donnie Reagan Jr. right now scoring this one down, too. I like the looks of that. It means I don't think he's going to give up too many positions from the rail here. I just like the speed, early speed off the gate, the post position, and I think those races don't stack up too poorly against this group. The times look slow, but that's at Dresden. That was one thing I should have added to our opening segment is that, don't let the times fool you in the program, folks, because sometimes they're coming in from different places that might look a little too fast or too slow when they're not. This race, horse race at London, March 29th, was a winner there in a similar class. I don't know, 10-1 seems like value to me on See the Delight.
And you also want to note that last start, the track was off 2 seconds, so if you missed that, you might think even more poorly of the times. Number 3, Land of Paradise, is the one that I landed on top. That last race, a good measuring stick, was third beaten a neck to JMR Mockmel, who's been outstanding and would probably be the favorite and your top pick if she didn't draw post 8. Land of Paradise, I like the last race. Maybe that's a precursor of things to come for Land of Paradise.
Yeah, definitely 7-2 right now. 4-1 now is probably the direction you might want to go in, and that's because I'll be honest, I thought this horse would get a lot more action this, and maybe she still will before post time. If JMR Mockmel drew post 4 or inside of that, I would have probably put her on top. That just kind of speaks about how difficult the 8-hole is here at Grand River, and this one did get within her neck of her last time. Like you said, good measuring stick, and certainly one you need to consider, especially at 3-1.
Well, one that you have to consider despite the post position, just because what we've seen from her is JMR Mockmel. This is one that 7 out of 11 in the top 2 and comes in with a win in this class as the favorite. The thing to note, though, post 1. In fact, if you take a look, this one has not fared well in a couple of occasions when she hasn't left. So I guess she's going to be flying maybe anyway from post 8.
Yeah, she might have to, and I don't know how that works out, to be honest. We've seen it. I've been ambitious a few times taking horses from out there with speed, and it doesn't usually work out. She's won 3 of her last 5, all here at Grand River, and the only 2 times she got beat, she didn't have that rail. She had the 2-hole, finished second, trailing post, finished 4th, but she's raced well in all those efforts. So I think she's going to race good tonight. I just don't know if she get the job done from that outside post.
A horse I want to quickly touch on at the end here is number 6, Diamonds Are Twined. Robert Shepard's added to drive for Gary McDonald. This is a horse that is 8 out of 10 in the top 3. That last race doesn't look good, but you only have to go 2 back to see one that looks very fine, winning by almost 4 lengths. Diamonds Are Twined.
Yeah, definitely an overlay right now at 10-1. I think everyone's just kind of getting too caught up in her last effort. Nice winner, 2 starts back. Post 6 is a bit of an issue and concern. But you know what? At that price in a race, I think it's wide open, not a bad spot to land.
It's a field of 8 for the second race, and they are taking up positions. See the Delight, Butterfly Kisses, Land of Paradise. In the center, Transcendence and Heartbeat and Sizzle. On the outside, Diamonds Are Twined, Lady Aquila, and JMR Mockmel, field of 8, race number 2. Field for the second race. is at the start of the off. Butterfly Kisses is going to fly early. See the delight on the inside. Lady Aquila and JMR Mockmel is going to hustle from the outside. And then as they work around the turn, Land of Paradise. Now Land of Paradise has third. Lady Aquila is fourth, and JMR Mockmel is still on the outside and is racing fifth, and now is going to take back and find a seat on the inside, passing three of them. Then it is a Transcendence and Heartbeat and Sizzle, and Diamonds Are Twined. But Butterfly Kisses right now for Austin Sorry's got the lead, and See the Delight is second. Then it is Land of Paradise, who landed in the three hole as they race past the opening quarter in 27-3. Then fourth is Lady Aquila in front of JMR Mockmel. Then we've got Transcendence and Heartbeat and Sizzle, and Diamonds Are Twined. It is right now Butterfly Kisses who's got the lead as the field comes off the turn and races on towards us. Butterfly Kisses, See the Delight, can see things from a good pocket position. Land of Paradise is going to angle to the outside right now. Then Lady Aquila, JMR Mockmel moves up on the back of Land of Paradise and is situated second over as they work into the backstretch. 57-3 is the halftime. Then on the inside, Transcendence third from last, then Heartbeat and Sizzle, and Diamonds Are Twined is trailing the field. It is still Butterfly Kisses, who races on towards three quarters off a half of 57-3 with a 30-second second panel breather. See the Delight is second. Land of Paradise is third. Lady Aquila. Land of Paradise gets a little bit closer, but JMR Mockmel is going to pull the trigger to the outside and is now rolling up three wide. Three quarters, 126-4. Butterfly Kisses. Land of Paradise. JMR Mockmel and See the Delight. And Lady Aquila, they turn for home. Land of Paradise has come on to take a narrow lead, but may have to fend off JMR Mockmel, taking in Butterfly Kisses. They come to the finish. Land of Paradise. Land of Paradise lands on the win ticket. And then it is a JMR Mockmel close for third, 156-3. Land of Paradise came down to 6-5, but did look very fine in getting the job done, overcoming the tough trip too.
Yeah, the betting public flipped the script on us there. We thought this was the value horse, and who knows, maybe we moved that kind of money, Gary. It'd be nice to think that people had that much confidence in us, but 6-5 closing odds, I'll be honest, I did not see this happening when she was first over and kind of struggling. Travis Henry kind of went to the well a little early, it seemed, but this horse just kept grinding down the leader and ended up really gutting out a nice victory from a tough trip.
Well, now hold on a second. Confidence in us? How about confidence in me? Because that's my top pick in your third one. I shouldn't have said that because, that's going to come back to bite me. Land of Paradise right there winning. JMR Mockmel did a nice job from post position 8 and got the trip. And I was thinking maybe at the top of the stretch he might be the winner.
Yeah, I thought, she raced well. I think, though, you need to consider that she got used hard pretty early, and that's what I was talking about earlier on before the card. You don't see that in the program. I'll tell you what, the one thing to consider is when the horse inside the 8-horse has speed, it's big trouble because JMR Mockmel tried to leave but couldn't do it because the horse directly inside of her left out as well. So that really throws a wrench into the plans of the outside lever. And I thought it was a really nice effort to be second. When she draws inside next time, we'll cash on that one.
And one that did draw inside and race well, got a nice trip. See the Delight finishing third. Butterfly Kisses was pretty solid, but got tested hard by Land of Paradise. At least stuck around for fourth at 5-2. 3-8-1-2 is the top four. Back in front of us is number 3, Land of Paradise, 4-year-old Badlands Hanover Bay mare, owned by Scott McNiven and Thomas Broadhurst and Bradley McNiven and Shirley Griffin. Scott McNiven is the trainer. Travis Henry, Turk Henry victorious with Land of Paradise. First win on the year, 7th lifetime. Mile of 150, 6-3. That's a new career mark. The second race payouts 3 Land of Paradise 460, 290, 220. 8 GMR Mock Mel 420, 310. 1 See the Delight 330. $2 Exactor $15. Dollar Try 33.10. Dollar Superfect is 66.50. The second race order finish is 341-67852. That's 341-67852.
All right, well, it's time for race number 3. Gary and I are both alive, but we've gone favorite so far in this pick 5. This is the start of the early pick 4, and it's the second division of the OSS Grassroots for 3-year-old filly trotters. Jody Jameson won the first one. I'm going right back to him here, but he's going to be the big favorite again on number 1, Pixie's Lady. This horse raced in a OSS to the lead early. Too fast up front, 26 and 355 and 1 before she did tire to finish 9th at just 7-1. So took support in that gold event after a monstrous effort on June 24th, where she won by a wide margin in 55 and 4 at Mohawk Park with Jody Jameson aboard. You know, I think that she's certainly the one to beat in here. 3-5 though. That's no fun. So I'll give you an alternative in my second selection. That's number 6, Mag and Lady. This filly, you know, had a pretty good year last year, 4 for 9, and hit the board in 8 out of those 9 starts. And, you know, was one that took support in the grassroots final back in the fall. And I think this one certainly has a chance in here. 22-1 is way too big of a price on this one. I love the qualifier. The qualifier doesn't look that good on paper, folks, but it was a good one. Sat a 2-hole, didn't really have room, angled to the outside, and Louis-Philippe Bois just let her do her thing to the wire. And I think that's a key qualifier, too. I really do. I think that qualifier is a key one, and that's one that I'm watching all the horses. Titan's Dream already came back to win out of that one. So Megan Lady might be one you want to look at here, especially at 21-1. And then moving on to third, number 2, All Muscle and Sass for Keith Jones. Travis Henry will be aboard. This one got parked out last time before finishing 5th in an OSS Grassroots event at Clinton. From an outside post 6, now gets a much better post from post 2. So I think this one is certainly one you need to consider underneath. Was a nice winner, 2 starts back and won both starts actually prior to that one. So, you know, if you take out the last one, you'd have to consider this one as a main player in here. 6-1 is a pretty good price on that one. And then number 4, Top of the Bar for Mark Etzel. This one as well had a nice season last year, 3 for 6 with just under 50,000 in the bank. And, you know, this year hasn't really had much success as of yet, but has been racing against some pretty, difficult competition. 2 starts back at Clinton, did make a break on multiple occasions. So I keep an eye on this one. 10-1 on the board's decent value. But for me, I'm going to go with Pixie's Lady as my top selection. And then my second selection, one I really do like here is number 6, Mag and Lady, especially at that 17-1. But we'll come back in just a few moments after the post break to talk about it more with Gary Guy.
Field for the third on parade. 1, Pixie's Lady, Jody Jameson for Susie Kirkwood and Eminel of Delaware. Number 2, All Muscle and Sass, Travis Henry for Keith Jones and Maggie Jones and Jody Simmons. And 3, Chompro Princess, Mike Safdie for John Ryer and Randy Breyer. 4 is Top of the Bar, Mark Etzel for Robert Newton and Graham Hopkins and Peter Porter. Number 5, Can You Swing It, Tyler Jones for Dustin Jones. Number 6, Mag and Lady, Jean-Francois McGuire drives and trains and partners with Julie Melanfont and Richard Legris. Number 7 is Petro Angel. It is Brett McDonald for Daryl Laver. And 8 is Stonebridge Nitro, Steve Byron for John Bax and Bax Stable and Don Allenson and Glengate Farms. And number 9 is Prestige Worldwide, Tyler Borth for Melissa Lamoureux and Jeffrey Boyd and Glenn Bechtel. Field of 9, race number 3, the second grassroots division. There is a look at 1, Pixie's Lady. Interesting look on the track is kind of a different way of going, but your thoughts on that?
She's just behaving a little bit right now before the race. She was razor sharp on June 24th when she left out from the 9-hole and scored at Mohawk Park last time and against tough competition. Certainly one that looks really good on paper coming into this, and even money. That's a tough one for me to take. Fuzzy Angel, I had more confidence in Fuzzy Angel, but Pixie's Lady does certainly stand out when you look at her form.
Yeah, Pixie's Lady also to me looks like one that they've got the hood on to keep her quiet and just interesting. I'm not sure what to make of what I saw, but look, definitely on paper looks like the one to beat. 3-5 on the board. There's number 6, Megan Lady. Yeah, look at those lines from last year. And by the way, JF drove this one to victory at Three Rivers last year 3 times. So Megan Lady, maybe the 4th one, not sure. But Megan Lady is right there on the track, and I like the look of that one.
Yeah, definitely. That qualifier, it looks a little bit deceiving on paper, Gary. It looks like it's at the 2-hole and backed up. That was not the case. I thought she qualified really well. And Valley Hanover, that was the horse that's actually racing tonight at Mohawk Park that I keep my eye on because I thought that race was one that's going to be a key qualifier going forward. Love the way this horse raced last season, up until that disappointing, effort in the final of the grassroots. But before that, she was great. And 5-1. Now the price is coming down, but I do still think that she is one you need to keep an eye on, especially at a decent price.
First start of the year was one of the things that I might have held against her, but you like that qualifier. There is number 2, All Muscle and Sass and Travis Henry for Keith Jones. 2 wins and 3 starts in the year. I tried things in Clinton last race and only got a 5th, but it was a first up trip and now gets to the inside and has gate speed. Does number 2, All Muscle and Sass.
Yeah, this is definitely one that I think at 12-1 is a bit of an overlay right now. Last time, I think you can't really hold that effort against her. 6-hole at Clinton's pretty tough, overland for a lot of the trip. You go back to the lines at Georgian, they're pretty solid. And, she's definitely got speed off the gate. So 21-1 now. Wow, 1-9 on Pixie's Lady. I don't know about that.
Number 4, Top of the Bar. If there's one here at a price that I think might race way better than the odds, this is my pick for the one that'll outrace the odds by a lot. And that last race, that's a non-winners of 4 class at Georgian. That was a solid bunch and did finish with a 28-4 final quarter, a solid back half. Top of the Bar, I love the 25-1 on this one. It's one of my horses in my pick 5.
Yeah, I mean, that price, really, there's a lot of horses right now going off at inflated prices. I loved Top of the Bar last season. I thought, she was a real nice filly, and I'm still waiting to see that form this year. I think this is definitely a spot she can do it. I think she's been in some tough spots before this, and, I would say that 25-1, you can't go wrong betting that filly.
Understandably, you left 9 Prestige Worldwide off your top 4. I did use this one 4th, but not in my pick 5 of the 3 horses I used. And certainly she's looked really good here. Faces tougher, but was 3rd in a grassroots at Clinton last time out. Trailer post is maybe a bit of a problem.
Yeah, that's my big concern. Last time the trailer post for this one didn't work out too well here at Grand River. And, if she had her nose on the gate, I would certainly respect her. We saw some really nice performances from this filly, and I think that she is definitely good enough to go with these. The post really concerns me.
Certainly, if she can be relaxed in behind the gate, we think we know where number 1 Pixie's Lady is headed, so there would be a trip available. The question will be how well can she settle in behind from the trailer post.
Yeah, exactly. I think that my bigger concern with her is just will she be able to settle in? Because last time it wasn't a matter of following the horse out; she actually just jumped it off before the race even began.
One interesting thing, too, also, number 3, Chambro Princess, and you see right there, was racing extremely well in the grassroots at Clinton before making a break. Parked early, was on the lead, and stuck around for a 4th. If she could stay flat, she could be a bigger factor than what we've thought about, but that break, 10-1.
Yeah, that's the big key with her, Gary. She's never stayed flat on a half-mile track before, so we'll see if she can do it today, but, I certainly would be a little bit leery of that one's chances because of that.
It's a field of 9 for race number 3. Pixie's Lady, All Muscle and Sass, and Chambro Princess on the inside. In the center, Top of the Bar, and can you swing it to the outside? Megan Lady, Petro Angel, and Stonebridge Nitro. And the second tier, Prestige Worldwide. It's a field of 9 for the third. They're at the start of the round. Pixie's Lady will hustle out sharply. Megan Lady and Petro Angel as they drive into the turn. All muscle and sass. Prestige Worldwide on the inside as they work their way into the backstretch. And Megan Lady went off stride, but Pixie's Lady right now leads by about to 4. And then it is all muscle and sass. And Chambro Princess made a break. Prestige Worldwide also is down on the inside of the safety lane and is going to be all the way back towards last. It is Pixie's Lady at 2-5 and bleeding it. Right now, all muscle and sass is second, but has moved up a little closer. Sharp opening quarter, though, 27-4. And top of the bar is third. And then it is Can You Swing It? And Stonebridge and Nitro and Petro Angel. They race their way off the turn. They come on towards us. Pixie's Lady and Double J leads it by about a length and 3/4 over all muscle and sass. And racing third is top of the bar as they work their way on past the half of a 27-4 opening quarter and a 57-3 halftime, and they work their way into the backstretch. It is still Pixie's Lady. On muscle and sass is second. Top of the bar is third. Is currently about to 4 1/4 off the lead. And then Can You Swing It? Petro Angel and Stonebridge Nitro and Megan Lady, and then Prestige Worldwide. But Pixie's Lady at 2-5 as Double J sits very calm in the bike as they race on to 3/4, and that lead is about 2.5. 57-3 was the half, and 3/4 was 126-4. And top of the bar now travels to the outside of muscle and sass is on the inside. And Can You Swing It is racing forth as they turn for home, and then Petro Angel. Pixie's Lady, though, is still cruising on the lead. It is Pixie's Angel. On down the stretch drive they come. They're not getting to Pixie's Lady. It is Pixie's Lady to win. Top of the bar did come on to get second. On muscle and sass third. And Can You Swing It was fourth. A mile of 157-1. Pixie's Lady. Rob, never really challenged.
No, never challenged, never put in a step, and I don't think anyone really could challenge this one. Much the best, easiest kind of winner. Jody Jameson, nice night at Grand River Raceway. 2 horses that, he drives to dominant victories, just under a hand drive to the wire here for Pixie's Lady.
We did see number 4, Top of the Bar, come on and finish second, and then Muscle and Sass. Those are your top 3, is there? And then it was, I believe, Can You Swing It? But, well, they weren't getting to Pixie's Lady, at least if you're looking to get your a superfecta or a trifecta ticket. You won't get a price because of the top, but at least you get top of the bar at a bit of a price to come on to take second. 57-1 was the mile. Just a solid mile for Pixie's Lady. A little quicker than I thought she might be able to go here, but it looks like she could go even more.
Oh, definitely. And we saw that over at Mohawk Park. And, I thought that, she looked pretty solid on her feet tonight. Maybe in post-parade we were a little bit worried, but she didn't really put up in a step at any point. Megan Lady jumped it off after leaving out well. I'll come back to that one next time, Gary.
On the board, we have a 1-4-2-5, and back in front of us is one Pixie's Lady, a 3-year-old Muscle Mass brown filly, owned by M&L of Delaware. Susie Kerwood is the trainer. Jody Jameson, the driving double for the Green Machine. Double J victorious in the third. Second win this year, second lifetime. The third race payouts. 1 Pixie's Lady, 290, 240, 210 for Top of the Bar. 390 and 270 and 2 All Muscle and Sass, 440. $2 exact rate 10. Dollar try, $17.55. Dollar super, $84.70. The third race over a finish from the top, 1, 3. 9, place 8, 2, 4. 8, place 7, 5, 6, and then 7, place 9 from the top down after the placing, 1, 3, 8, 2, 4, 7, 5, 6, 9.
All right. Well, that was a muscle mass sweep in the top three there in race number 3 for the OSS Trotting Fillies in the second division of the grassroots. And Jody Jameson takes down the first two of those races on the card. We're going to go to race number 4 now. And this is going to be for Colts and Geldings non-winners of 20,000 lifetime on the pace. And I'm going to go back to a horse that was a winner here 2 starts back. And that's number 2, Southwind Sandor. Dominant winner on that occasion, too, July the 2nd. Got away 7th off the gate. It didn't matter. He ended up circling the field on the last turn and ended up winning by a comfortable margin at the wire at 14-1. I'd say that was probably one of the biggest overlays of the meet so far. And, last time, Mohawk Park for this one in a grassroots race. And, I think it was just a little too much for this 3-year-old gelding by Sports Writer to go with those, and I think this is much more his company tonight here, and not what is a 20,000 life at the river. I like number 2, Southwind Sandor on top. And for second, we go with number 4, Harper's Hattrick, aka Gary's horse, because last time he said this horse would go out and win. He took a stand, and guess what? Harper's Hattrick did exactly that. Went to the front and overcame some duress in that mile too, to get the job done. They went pretty quick to 3/4, and he still closed it out with a nice victory for number 4, Harper's Hattrick last time. The start before that, no chance from the 8-hole. Post forward today, should have a chance again to win with a slight bump up in class tonight for number 4, Harper's Hattrick. 5-1 on the board right now. And then in for third, I put number 6, Party in the Shadows on there because similar pattern as Southwind Sandor. Last start took on much tougher at Mohawk Park. 2 starts back, though. Georgian Downs Nolmer is a 2. It's a pretty good third after going parked first over for a long way, and was a winner here at Grand River the start before that by open length. So I certainly wouldn't want to leave Party in the Shadows off my exotic tickets, especially right now at a price at 9-1. And then for fourth, well, you got to use the rail horse most of the time somewhere on the ticket. And Dance Machine is one that I think can trip out in here. Another one that does step up a little bit to face some tougher competition than what he's been facing, but did finish 4th last time from post 3. And I think that if this one sits along the pylons and just gets a favorable trip, he can certainly get a piece of it to land 3rd or 4th and land on the bottom end of those exotic tickets. So for me, it's going to be number 2, Southwind Sandor, looking for that form that he showed 2 starts back when he was a real nice winner here from off the pace, maybe a bit closer tonight from post 2. And then number 4, Harper's Hattrick over the 6, Party in Shadows, and number 1, Dance Machine. But we'll come back and talk about this race a little further with Gary Guy after the post parade.
Field for the fourth race on parade. One Dance Machine, Tyler Jones for Courtney Robson and Julie Sagan. Number 2, Southwind Sandor, Mike Vanderkamp for Diana Secord. Number 3 is Scratched. Number 4 is Harper's Hat-Trick, Travis Henry for Chris Haskell and Judith Shelton. Number 5, Kodiak Sister, Chris Matthews for Desmond Scott and Jeff Bryan and Todd Williams. Number 6, Party in the Shadows, Colin Kelly for Kyle Bossent and Brad Gray. Number 7, Alvin Brick Rock, Mark McKinnon for Commodore Yellow and Denarvin Stables. And a break, Confidence Man, Austin Sorry for Bob McIntosh and Al McIntosh and Martin Stables. And 9 is Big Chick Magnet, Brett McDonough for Junkie Beliveau and Kimberly Marr. It's a field of 8 for the fourth race. The 3 is out. Let's get a look at this field. And right away, Rob, we're going to take a look at your top win, Southwind Sandor, getting the love on the board at 2-1. That start here 2 races ago came from way off the pace, 27-4 final quarter. The one reason why I faulted Southwind Sandor a bit was just that it looks like he doesn't leave, and he'll need there to be enough pace to run at. And on a half-mile track, I tend to shy away from horses that don't leave, but I definitely could be shying away from the winner again, 2-1.
Yeah, you know what? That's certainly a concern for me too, Gary. I'm hoping that he doesn't have as much work to do. Even though, wow, was he ever fantastic that evening? I just thought that in that one there, he kind of proved to be so much the best, and I think he kind of got past us all that day at 14-1, and I believe this is a much better spot for him this evening than he faced last time. I don't know. I think he can overcome, having to race him off the pace, but 2-1, certainly a short price right now.
Well, I don't like that price, but I do like the 6-1 on number 4 Harper's Hat-Trick. I don't believe that'll hold. And if the first one we mentioned, Southwind Sandor, doesn't have gate speed, well, that's not the problem with Harper's Hat-Trick. He can fly off the gate. This is a good solid spot, but Harper's Hat-Trick 7-1.
Yeah, this is the one that you gave your big stand on last time, and he got the job done for you. He even convinced me before the race, and, listen, I certainly think this horse has a chance in here. It was a real gutsy effort last time. Tons of speed off the gate, 7-1. Now leaving from post 3, certainly dangerous in here, and the price, to be honest, doesn't make sense.
Number 6, Party in the Shadows. Talk about a price that doesn't make sense, 12-1. You get Colin Kelly and Kyle Bossens. They've been really good here.
Yeah, and he looks razor sharp on the track, doesn't he? Love the way this one looks right now, and you can throw out the last couple efforts for this one, I would say, because post 9 last time, Mohawk Park, no chance getting away 10th off the gate in a grassroots race, and those are some nice horses in that one. Last time, numbers of 2 at Georgian Downs. Before that, parked a long way before finishing 3rd. I certainly think Party in the Shadows is one you need to consider in here, especially at a price of 13-1.
Number 1, Dance Machine's been taking a fair amount of money, and one that I think you're right can sneak onto the ticket, but I'm not sure I see him as a win threat, and yet he was lower earlier, and he's 5-1.
Yeah, I certainly think that this one can hit the ticket somewhere over 6 this year, hit the board in 3 of those efforts. You actually put me onto this horse a few starts back when he finished second at 19-1, and that's when I started looking at this horse more closely. Finished second at first glance on that occasion. I think the rail's going to help this horse, but I do think he's going to need a lot of things to go his way to hit the ticket, and winning might be a little bit too much of a task for this one.
There's a horse, number 9, Big Chick Magnet. Talk about a horse that might need some things to go his way. It's the trailer post, but he was just beaten a length and a half to Harper's Hat-Trick last time out. 2 for Tripping and P.L. Oliver are nice ones. Big Chick Magnet just might be able to be a trip horse if Brett McDonald can work it out, but I do like the barn, and I love Brett McDonald's driving as well, 6-1.
Yeah, I like the connections for sure. I think you hit the nail on the head, though. This horse needs a favorable trip. He's going to have to get towed into it. I don't know if he can really overcome too much adversity from the trailing post, but 6-1 for me is too short of a price in this one. Now 5-1. I think a lot of things have to go right for Big Chick Magnet to get the job done.
And I think if you want to take a flyer on a price, number 8, Confidence Man, tough post position, but worked really hard last race. He is moving up, but Austin Sorey and Bob McIntosh, those have been solid connections here. He did nothing wrong. It's just the post position.
Yeah, definitely. He was driven with supreme confidence last time, and he's one that's versatile. He can race from off the pace, so if the race ever fell apart, he might be a part of it too, along with the two Southwind Sandor.
Well, the field for race number 4, moving in behind the gate. There's a close-up of 6 Party in the Shadows. It's Dance Machine and Southwind Sandor on the inside of the center. Harper's Hat-Trick, Kodiak Sealster, and Party in the Shadows to the outside. Alvin, Brick Rock, and Confidence Man, the second tier. Big Chick Magnet. Field of 8, race number 4. They're into the stretch drive. Here they come. Field for the 4th race is at the start of the rough, and Harper's Hat-Trick will fly out with Kodiak Sealster, Dance Machine, Party in the Shadows, and Southwind Sandor as the field works on around the turn. But Harper's Hat-Trick grabs the lead. Kodiak Sealster is second, Party in the Shadows, and Dance Machine. And then it is Southwind Sandor who's going to get away 5th and move over to the pylons in front of Big Chick Magnet. Then Alvin, Brick Rock, and Confidence Man trails the field. Harper's Hat-Trick at 5-1. Has a lead of a length and 3/4. Kodiak Sealster is racing second. Dance Machine waltzing past the quarter third. 29 seconds was that opening panel. And then Party in the Shadows and Southwind Sandor is back there racing position 5. And will angle to the outside right now, and popping out from third. Here comes Dance Machine. It is Harper's Hat-Trick. Dance Machine to the outside is going to challenge, and Kodiak Sealster on the inside. And then it is Party in the Shadows, second over 4th, and Southwind Sandor, Big Chick Magnet, Confidence Man, and Alvin, Brick Rock. Halftime was 59 seconds, a 30-second second panel as they race their way into the backstretch. And it is Harper's Hat-Trick, Dance Machine on the outside, Kodiak Sealster to the inside, racing third, and then Party in the Shadows and Big Chick Magnet. Southwind Sandor, Confidence Man from the backfield is out 3 wide and is moving a bit. And then it is Alvin, Brick Rock, but it is still Harper's Hat-Trick, the one to beat. Leads it by about a length and 3/4. Dance Machine, and then on the inside, Kodiak Sealster, Party in the Shadows. Southwind Sandor is 4 wide. Big Chick Magnet is moving up 3/4, 127-3, and Harper's Hat-Trick is stick-handled confidently to the top of the stretch and leads by about 4 or 5. Party in the Shadows to the outside, and Dance Machine on the inside. Harper's Hat-Trick on cruise control at the finish. Big Chick Magnet to finish second, and then it was a Party in the Shadows and Dance Machine 155 and 1 off a half of 59. It might have been over at the half, but still a fine field. Harper's Hat-Trick. I should have guaranteed it again.
You should have. We got to bring out the Gary Guy guarantee. Take a bow, Gary Guy. You love this horse. You were on him last time. You took a stand, said you could not see him losing, and then you went back to him again this time, and wow, what a price, 5-1. I put this horse in for second. Southwind Sandor could not fire from off the pace. The half certainly didn't help that one, but still wasn't as good as he was 2 starts back here. But wow, Harper's Hat-Trick, what an effort, and certainly feeling good off that win last time. Tight lines of the wire, 55-1. Gary Guy giving out winners left, right, and center.
Well, I wouldn't go that far, but that one I definitely love. Number 9, Big Chick Magnet. Brent McDonald was able to get this one a trip, was able to come on and finish second, and then Party in the Shadows and Dance Machine. Gotta like Big Chick Magnet when this one drives to a better post position.
Yeah, I would certainly think so. I'm very leery of the trailing post at any racetrack. If you're leaving out behind a horse with tons of speed, it's one thing. We also have to have the right horse for that spot too. I think that the performance was certainly a decent one tonight from Big Chick Magnet, and I'll be watching that one going forward.
Well, I did have the exactor. You might have thought that was a bit bold of me, but I got away with it. But definitely I loved Harper's Hat-Trick, and I loved the 5-1. Mile of 55-1 for Harper's Hat-Trick off a 59 second half. And coming back in front of us is number 4 Harper's Hat-Trick, a 3-year-old sports rider. Bay Colt, owned by Chris Haskell and Judith Shelton. Chris Haskell is the trainer. Travis Henry, Turk Henry with a driving double, 6th win this year, 6th lifetime. Harper's Hat-Trick. Stick handles to victory in 55-1. The fourth race payouts. Number 4, Harper's Hat Trick, $12, $554. 9, Big Chick Magnet, $11.80 and $5.80. 1, Dance Machine, $5.40. The $2 Exactor, $130.80. Dollar Try, $199.65, and a Dollar Super, $984.15. Fourth race order of finish from the top is a 3-6 scratch 154782. That's 3-6 scratch 154782.
All right, well, it's time for race number 5. It's the money leg of that pick 5 wager. Hopefully, if you're still alive, you can nail down a winning ticket. I have the 1, 4, and 6 alive. Well, they're not paying too much. I'm definitely cheering for Equinox Annie on that pick 5 ticket. And Gary's got the 1, 5, 6, and 9 alive on his ticket. This is also the start of the pick 3, but let's dig into this race. I am going with number 1, Radical JJ on top. Was watching the replays. I like the way that this filly looked 2 starts back at Georgian Downs in the Prospect Series. Dominant winner, tight lines to the wire on that occasion. That is in the Prospect Series, though. It's below the grassroots. But last time, a nice effort to finish 3rd from post 8 after closing from out of it at Georgian Downs, and non-winners of 2 against T-Licious. And I think we'd probably bet T-Licious in here. So I'm good with Radical JJ from the pole position. I think this one will be blasting out off the gate and hopefully be able to ride that speed bias to the wire. I do like, though, number 4, Equinox Annie. And if you follow me in the Horse Players Journal at Mohawk Park, you'll know that in her last, I was in love with this horse, and she broke my heart in finishing 2nd. Annie broke my heart on that night because I desperately needed her. She ended up getting beat by a nice one, though, in Wee Jill. 2 starts back, though, June the 20th. This horse was incredible. She was like a speedboat coming off the final turn when she drew off to win at Georgian Downs. It was one of the most eye-catching victories I saw this season. That's why I was in love with her at Mohawk Park last time. I don't want to give up on this one just yet. I put her in for 2nd, but if she was to get the job done, she'd get me home a nice pick 5 payout. She's paying over $300 on number 4, Equinox Annie. In for 3rd, number 6, Edgewater. Well, she was actually my best bet on July the 8th at Mohawk Park, and she paid pretty well, too. Over 4-1, dominant winner from the 9-hole. Problem I have with this one is 3 starts over a half-mile track in her career, and she's made 2 breaks in stride. I just don't know how it works out for her from post 6. Definitely a nice filly. If she stays flat and can ramble out of there off the gate, she's got a big chance, especially at 5-1. And then for 4th, I went to the trailing post, like I don't usually do, with number 9, Had I Known Better. This one might be able to follow out our top pick, Radical JJ, and get a nice trip behind that one and probably get a piece of a small piece of it anyways. 7-1 right now on the board, not a bad price there. But they're coming out onto the track for race number 5, the 3rd division of the OSS Grassroots for 3-year-old filly trotters. We'll come back and talk about it a little more with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for the 5th race on parade. 1, Radical JJ, Colin Kelly for Sean Stacy, David Reed and A.K. Malik Stables and Carmen Crysdale and Bruno DePoche. Number 2 is Fortune Tellers K. Tony Rankin Jr. drives and trains and partners with Ralph McKinley and Mike Leeming. Number 3 is Moving to the Top. Bruce Richardson for Cassidy Schneider and Colonel Schneider Jr. 4 is Equinox Annie, Travis Henry for Brad Shakes and Jeffrey O'Bourne. And 5 is Life in the Slammer, Matthew Bax for John Bax and Bax Stable and Glengate Farms and Bradley Grant and Gaelic Stable. Number 6 is Edgewater, Rick Ziron for James Walker. Number 7 is Hope So Austin, sorry for Bob McIntosh and CSX Stables and Dave Boyle. 8 is Elegance du Hurrah, Jenny Gurriel. He is the driver, trainer, and owner. A correction, Hurrah Stables owns. And 9 is Had I Known Better, Scott Culver, Shane Arsenault, and Greg Wild and Ron Stelz. Field of 9, race number 5, 3rd grassroots division. We'll see how things unfold in this one. We're just a few minutes to post time, but there's a look at Radical JJ. And I don't think it's radical to expect this one to fire from the inside post position, and especially with what you're looking at right now on the board, on the track, Rob.
Yeah, scoring down nicely for Colin Kelly right now. I expect this one to push out hard from that pole position and be difficult to beat. Like the way this one looked in each of her last 2. And, prior to that, racing at Mohawk Park rock solid winner 2 back at Georgian Downs last time. Definitely raced well to finish third. So I really like the replays on this one and like the way she looks on the track right now.
She's also got 4 wins, but that start also at Georgian left hard and then still had enough to come home in 28, so was able to leave and finish. Others to take a look at, there is number 4, Equinox Annie. You're right to like this one. That line, June the 22nd at Georgian Downs, parked every step of the way to win by 4.5. That's such an outstanding mile, and really did nothing wrong last time out, just got beaten, but gave a strong showing.
Yeah, I was a little bit disappointed in her at Mohawk Park. I'm not going to lie to you because I made her my 5-star, and I had a lot going on her that night. So when I watched that replay on June the 20th, it was probably about 4 in the morning or so, and I had to watch it a bunch of times. I didn't believe my eyes. The one at Georgian was just an incredible effort. If she ever comes back to that one tonight and can get around the half here, they might be in some trouble because she was unreal that time.
Well, I said she did nothing wrong. She did one thing wrong. She disappointed you, but I still think it was a pretty solid overall effort. Number 6, Edgewater. Well, going to the front from post 9 and winning by almost 4 lengths. Look at the opening speed, 27-3, and also raced in a gold with a 27-4 opening a quarter of the start before that. Lots to like with Edgewater.
Yeah, that's a filly that did not disappoint me last time, Gary. She was a rock-solid winner, right to the lead, and, expanded the margin throughout the mile. Love that last effort for her. That was the non-winners of 1. I think this is, maybe a more difficult group for her to face tonight. And post 6, also, she's made 2 breaks out of 3 starts over half-mile surfaces, so that's a big concern for me. That's the reason why I put her in for third and not a higher position.
There's a look at number 9, Had I Known Better. And one thing to note, second at Clinton at a Grassroots. Well, who was the winner? Fuzzy Angel. We saw that one dominate earlier this evening, so that's a good measuring stick and should be able to get a trip from the trailer post, and you get 11-1.
Yeah, that was a pretty decent effort in itself to finish second on that occasion. Obviously, wasn't ever touching Fuzzy Angel, but we saw what she did tonight, so that's a nice form reference for this one. 2 starts back, decent effort first over at Mohawk Park. Only got beat by half a length. The trailing post following out a horse with lots of speed. This is one I would not mind using from that spot and should get a decent trip.
There's a nice-looking trotting filly on the screen right now and was in the gold last time out. Now, did a lot of work over land and didn't finish up the mile all that strongly, but also look at the start before that in the non-winners of 2 was good until into the stretch drive, and that was from post 10 and parking early. And you do see a respectable 4th beaten 3 1/4 in that non-winners of 2 as well in the middle of June. And the non-winners of 2 at Mohawk's a very good measuring stick to see how horses would fare in here. Life in the Slammer and Matthew Bax is getting bet at 9-2.
Yeah, I ended up leaving this one off my top 4. 9-2 is probably about the right price. Last year, this is one that I always was chasing to use underneath at longer odds in many of her races. I certainly think she's got a chance in here. I just couldn't really find room for her with the other ones that I liked.
Well, and also one point, I love John Bax, how he gets his trotters ready to go. And he's a long-time proven trot man. Does well in the OSS, just does overall well, and a long career as a noted horseman. So that got my regard as well. 9-2 is the price there. We have a field of 9, but the fans are on one Radical JJ to the tune of even money. Any final thoughts on what you see on the odds?
Well, the price is, a little bit low for me on Radical JJ even money. I was hoping for a better price than that. I'll be honest. You know what? I got to go back to Annie. Let her break my heart again at 12-1.
Nice price on 12-1. We'll see if she breaks your heart, or you could actually be in a good position with a nice ticket, because the money is on number 1, Radical JJ, taking up positions. Radical JJ, Fortune Teller's K, and moving to the top on the inside. In the center, Equinox Annie, and Life from the Slammer to the outside, Edgewater and Hope So, and Elegance Do Hurrah, the second tier. Had I Known Better. Field of 9, race number 5. There at the top of the stretch, it is the 3rd Grassroots division for 3-year-old trotting fillies on a Friday night as we're gathered at the river. Here they come. Field for the 5th race. Off stride, Radical JJ right at the start. Fortune Tellers K. Edgewater to the outside. Edgewater is going to gun right out now and take the lead for Rick Ziron as they work their way on into the backstretch. And it is Edgewater who's got a lead of about 2.5 or 3. Fortune Tellers K is second. Moving to the top is third. And then fourth is Life in the Slammer. And then Had I Known Better. From the trailer post is fifth. And then it is Hope So. And back further is Equinox Annie. And Elegance Do Hurrah is trailing the field. But Edgewater is surfing along on a lead right now of a length and 3/4 at 4-1. Fortune Tellers K at 15-1 is right there in the pocket. Racing third is moving to the top, and now Life in the Slammer is on the outside and is moving up. And then it is Had I Known Better is right on the back of Life in the Slammer as they come off the turn. And then it is back to Hope So as they race off the turn. They come on towards us. It is Edgewater and Rick Ziron with the front, but there is Life in the Slammer to the outside. Fortune Tellers K. Had I Known Better is spotted second over. And then moving to the top is Racing on the inside fifth, and Hope So is sixth. 59-3 was the half off at 29-2 opening quarter. And it is Edgewater on the outside. Life in the Slammer as they work their way on down the backstretch and off stride when Hope So. But Edgewater is dug in gamely. Now has the lead back to about a length and a half in Racing second. Life in the Slammer. And then Fortune Tellers K is third. And then it is Had I Known Better. And moving to the top on the inside, Equinox Annie has a lot of work to do. And then Radical JJ and Elegance Do Hurrah. But Edgewater surfs along, leading by about 3. Life in the Slammer is second. A break from Equinox Annie. Fortune Tellers K is third. And Had I Known Better racing on the outside with fourth right now. And then moving to the top and on down the stretch right for Edgewater. Edgewater sharp all the way to the finish. Life in the Slammer was second. Then third goes to Fortune Tellers K, and fourth is close between Had I Known Better and moving to the top. 156-4. Rob, will the race change dramatically at the start with Radical JJ going off stride?
Yeah, definitely. You know, horse only showed one break in her career before that and then squandered the pole position here tonight. I'm not sure if it would have mattered, though, because Edgewater raced fantastic. 2 horses in the race that I was on last time, Equinox Annie and Edgewater, and went off them both for Radical JJ. Well, this one gets the job done, Edgewater. And you know what? I'll be honest, 4-1, a lot bigger price than I expected. I actually thought this one would take the bulk of the support tonight, and I'm sure Rick Ziron would have some trash talking for me, questioning his filly staying flat, and he certainly did a great job to keep her on her gate tonight.
We can also mention that the inquiry sign is up and it pertains to that break in stride of 1 Radical JJ and the start for 9 Had I Known Better. But the thing also, Edgewater left well enough that when Radical JJ went off stride, Edgewater inherited the lead, and well, she didn't squander her inheritance. She was able to just continue on marching. Look at also the half was 59-3 and a mile of 56-4. We've seen that a couple times tonight where the half has been so beneficial that it's almost done at the half. I mean, there's still a half mile to go, but that's a very nice pace scenario.
Yeah, definitely. And speed's been carrying as well. You combine that with the the breather in the second quarter there, and it was pretty much lights out for the rest of the field. You're right, though, Gary. You know, when a horse has an outside post and has speed, just need a few horses on the inside of it not to leave to really give that chance to get to the front. And that's what happened in here, especially with Radical JJ breaking from the rail, and Edgewater was the benefactor to get to the front, but she still put in a real rock-solid performance in 56-4.
One thing I should throw in, and a horse that you didn't really like, but I had regard for 5 Life in the Slammer, managed to race well and finish second. Wasn't going to catch the winner, but does get second, 6-5-3. That was a nice effort by Life in the Slammer.
Yeah, first over challenger a long way, ended up finishing second and did so pretty easily for that place spot. And Fortune Tellers K was a winner at Clinton, benefited from horses breaking that occasion, this time finishing third in here. Decent effort from that one as well.
And number 3, moving to the top. If you had a few horses on the bottom of your superfected ticket, you love a 70-1 shot if you've got it to help it pay. And, of course, with the heavy favorite out, it could be a very nice superfected ticket. Coming back in front of us is the winner of race number 5. It is number 6, Edgewater, 3-year-old Cadabra Bay filly. Owned by Rick Ziron and James Walker. Rick Ziron's the trainer and the winning driver. Edgewater's second win this year in lifetime. 156-4. Fans note the judge's ruling that all horses received a fair start. The inquiry signed down. The fifth race payouts, number 6, Edgewater, pays $10.50, $5.50, and $4.35. Life in the Slammer, $4.50 and $4.50 and 2. Fortune Teller's K, $6.50. $2 Exactor, $43.50. Try, $155.35. Dollar Super, $1,519.65. And the Pick $5 ticket, $99.75. The fifth race over finish from the tops is 634821975.
All right, well, it's time for race 6. First of all, though, Gary and I both cashed our pick fives tonight. Our investment was $9.60. We both cashed just under $20. So not going to get rich with that one, folks, but at least it is one that we can book as a win. Here we are in race number 6 now. It is time for our super high five. We've got filly and mares of the condition claiming variety. Price tag $15,000 for non-winners of $15,000 life. And, well, I'm going right to the rail on one I was hoping to get a price on. And number 1, Shake It If You Got It. Thought this one raced really well in her last 2 at Dresden. 2 starts back, dominant winner, and a 7,000 claimer there. Won by more than 4 lengths. And last time, in an open 7 claimer, just got beat by half a length on the wire. I think the connections are heating up. Good post position, lots of speed. And I think this horse might get overlooked a little bit because of those slower times at Dresden, which is a slower track than what we have here at Grand River Raceway. Shake It If You Got It right now, 9-2 on the board. I like that price, and that's the one I'll be putting on top of my super high five tickets. In for second, I've got number 6, In a Boy's Dream, 22-1 on the board. That's a big price on this one. This is going to be In a Boy's Dream first start since April the 14th at Fraser Downs out west. Decent qualifier, though. Came a long way out of it to be second in that qualifier. And I think this one, is certainly one you need to consider, especially right now at 22-1. Those races at Fraser Downs would stack up well against this group. Just have to hope that, she can provide that kind of an effort off the layoff for her new trainer, Paul Davies. Nice price, though, 22-1. In for third, I got number 9, Moonshiner's Credit. Trailing post for this one. And, well, I think that last time ended up finishing 4th, Overland Journey. But if you go down to the start 3 back, had this trailing post, finished 4th, got locked in on that occasion. I think Moonshiner's Credit is one that can certainly go with this group and beat them on her best day. She merits consideration, especially at a price of 8-1. In the 4th spot, I put number 3, Wine Time. Last time got parked a long way from the 7 hole at Clinton. That was in a straight non-winner to 12,000 life. Before that, an easy winner in a $7,000 claimer. And I think this one might be trying to, get off the gate reasonably well and then make a move at some point in the mile. 5-1, probably about the right price on number 3, Wine Time. And then in for 5th, I put number 7, Cheddar This. Last time, Overland Journey. Ended up finishing a good 3rd, but post 7 is such a tough spot to leave from. So I do think that this is one you've got to tread carefully with, and that's probably why you're getting 7-1 on number 7, Cheddar This. I put this one on the bottom of my super high five ticket in the 5th spot. But for me, I'm going to go with number 1, Shake It If You Got It. 7-1 on the board right now. I'm hoping this one can leave out from the pole position, either with the lead or sit a trip in the 2 hole and then get it done in the lane. I think this horse is certainly better than 7-1 on the board right now. But we'll come back and look at this race a little further with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for the 6th on Parade 1. Shake it if you got it. Rhonda Rushford, Dolores Barcelona, and Brittany Dillon. Number 2, Joe's Beauty, Sean Stacy for Stephen Downey. Correction, Mike Saftik driving. Number 3 is Wine Time. Colin Kelly for Darcy McClure and Catherine McClure and Ruth Hasty. 4 is Moonlight Beach. Brian McDonough for Jim Curran, Jim Morrissey, and David and Lorna Davis. Well, there is 6 in A Boy's Dream. Paul Davies for Triple J Stables. Number 5 is Some Lucky Magic. Robert Shepard for Anthony Beaton and David Lumsden. Number 7, Cheddar This. Jason Ryan for Ben Wallace and Wallace Stand-Up Reds and Terry Krawick and Harness Horsepower. Number 8 is Little Mary. Child aboard for Mike Salas and Link Stable. And number 9, Moonshiners. Credit Scott Culver, Sean Hyatt, and Dave Simpson. Equipment change, open bridle to blinkers. Note Mike Saftik drives to Joe's Beauty. Let's get a look at this field. Super High 5, and we're going to start right away with Rob's top pick. Not one that I used in the top 3, but 4th. But Rob might be onto something here. Shake it if you got it. Definitely has post 1 advantage, and the gate speed 5-1. Shake it if you got it. Right there on the track, Rob.
Yeah, I like the looks of this one on the track as well, Gary. And, those last 2 efforts at Dresden, actually, last 3 efforts at Dresden were all solid. And that qualifier, June the 15th, was against Captain Video, a horse over at Mohawk Park that's, would be 1 to 100 in this field, that's for sure. I just think that this horse has a big opportunity here with the pole position to go to the front and hopefully make every call a winning one. 11-1 right now is a giant-sized price on number 1. Shake it if you got it.
It looks like our fans might be snubbing Dresden. We'll see if they live to regret that. 11-1. Number 6, In a Boy's Dream, and Paul Davies now is making a first start since coming to Fraser Downs, and been off since April 14th, but the qualifier was good. Really finished up nicely, and also those non-winners of 2 classes back in March at Fraser Downs. Winning there, a win in a second. In a Boy's Dream to Paul Davies, 23-1. I don't understand why they don't love this one a little more.
Yeah, I thought this horse would take support in here. I really did. Even, maybe even close to favoritism. 3 for 9 in her career, and those races at Fraser Downs would stack up pretty well against this group. Condition claimers here, and I don't know. I think In a Boy's Dream is one you have to use on your ticket. 15-1, probably even worth a win bet at that price. 9
Moonshiners Credit, one that we noted that trailer trip a few starts back with Scotty Coulter driving. He's aboard here.
Yeah, Moonshiners Credit's one that we've kind of been chasing a little bit, right? We've looked at this one for a number of starts, and I think that tonight all of a sudden she's a bigger overlay than she's been in other efforts. 14-1's pretty good price, and I'd be shocked if this one didn't get a piece of it somewhere.
There's 3 Wine Time and Colin Kelly, and this is one that, parked every step of the way. Likely to be firing now from a better post position. Won dominatingly at Clinton 2 starts ago. I think you could see a big effort from Wine Time, 9-2.
Yeah, 9-2 is a big price in this one, too. I think right now everything's a little bit inflated with the action number 2, Joe's Beauty's taken. But 2 starts back Clinton, that was a rock-solid effort. Can't fault the last one. Parked out a long way from post 7. Can avoid that today and probably has a pretty good chance in here.
Number 7, Cheddar This is your 5th choice and my top one. Now, I know it's iffy taking a horse towards the outside to win in this spot, but I'm expecting there to be a lot of gate speed in this one, and Cheddar This raced very well from off the pace last race. Got beaten by Little Mary, but still it was a solid effort. And also you see this one closing well here June the 28th after making early breaks. Cheddar This, Jason Ryan, love Ben Wallace. Cheddar This, you get 5-1.
Yeah, it's pretty far cry from the odds this one offered last time. And, had no chance really the way the race panned out last time. Ended up first over, but, it was closing into it when the race was speeding up. It was a pretty cheap half on that occasion. 5-1's probably about the right price because of the 7-hole. I can't fault anyone for saying, I'll take a crack at Cheddar This, though.
If you're looking for some value, maybe not one to win, although look, Cayman comes in off of a win and beat Cheddar This. post 8, but that was a front-end effort for Little Mary, but nonetheless one at least you have to consider as a possibility to get onto the ticket and overcome the post. 23-1, just at that price you might want to take a shot.
Yeah, and she did it 2 starts ago, right? She ended up finishing second, albeit many lengths behind, always watching, but finished second at a bomb price 2 starts ago from post 7, post 8 today, 24-1. Certainly one that I think their best bet is to kind of race them off the pace, but might be able to pick up the pieces if it falls apart.
Yeah, and don't falter by getting beat by always watching. That horse was just on fire. Well, the field for race number 6 is moving in, taking up positions, and it's going to be Shake It If You Got It on the inside, and Joe's Beauty with Wine Time in the center. Moonlight Beach and Some Lucky Magic to the outside in A Boy's Dream. Cheddar This, Little Mary. The second tier, Moonshiner's Credit. It's a field of 9, the 6th dash featuring the Super High 5. They're rolling to the top of the stretch. Here they come. Horses are gathered in behind the gate at the river. They're into the stretch drive. Field for the 6th race is at the start of the rough. Wine Time and Moonlight Beach. Shake It If You Got It and Joe's Beauty. And In a Boy's Dream as well. Moonshiner's Credit is getting out very well from the trailer post. Shake It If You Got It's got the lead. Joe's Beauty. Moonshiner's Credit is third away. Wine Time will move to the pylons. Racing fourth is trying to drive up and get the lead. Joe's Beauty. And Mike Saptic will clear to the front. Shake It If You Got It is second. And racing third, Moonshiner's Credit. Then it is Wine Time and Moonlight Beach. And then it is back for the In a Boy's Dream, Some Lucky Magic, and then Cheddar This and Little Mary. It is Joe's Beauty. Lively opening quarter at 27-4. Shake It If You Got It at 7-1 is racing position second. Moonshiner's Credit third. Then it is Wine Time and Moonlight Beach as they race the way off the turn. Then it is In a Boy's Dream. Now Cheddar This starts to roll. Then Some Lucky Magic. And back trailing the field is Little Mary. They race to the half at 57-1. It is Joe's Beauty. Moonshiner's Credit on the outside now is moving up to challenge Joe's Beauty. And on the inside, Shake It If You Got It's right there getting the pocket trim. Then Wine Time to the outside. Then it is Moonlight Beach and In a Boy's Dream. And Cheddar This still with a lot of work to do. They race on to 3/4 of a 57-1 halftime, and Moonshiner's Credit is taking the lead. Moonshiner's Credit, Shake It If You Got It now, is on the outside and is taken second over Joe's Beauty. And then Moonlight Beach and Wine Time. Moonshiner's Credit at 21-1 is shining brightly right now. 126 was the 3/4 time. Moonshiner's Credit and Scotty Calder. Joe's Beauty is racing second. Shake It If You Got It and Wine Time, but Moonshiner's Credit. The sun is set on this field. Moonshiner's Credit has won it and taken it handsomely. Moonlight Beach was second. Then it was Joe's Beauty, Little Mary, and Cheddar This. Moonshiner's Credit. 57 seconds was the mile time. And, well, Rob had that trailer post a few starts back and got blocked, but was not blocked in this one.
No, definitely. That was kind of what we were saying before the race. The price was kind of robust, really. At 14-1, goes off at 21-1. I put the horse in for third because of that trailing post, and it didn't work out for the 2 I put ahead of it at all. But the price is really big on Moonshiner's Credit. This horse is kind of always in the mix in this class, and today, handled pretty aggressively from that second tier by Scott Coulter. I still am just, looking at that price saying, wow, 21-1.
Yeah, he did a nice job of getting right up tight to Shake It If You Got It, who left well as we expected and was able to be right up in the early going. And also the equipment change, open bridled blinkers, probably it might have tipped the hand that this horse would be trying to be right up into the action in the early going.
Yeah, definitely. And we've been, like I said, this horse has raced really well, on the fringes of this class, and now all of a sudden breaks through, at a bomb price. And we're going to have ourselves a pretty big exacta here, Gary, because a horse that you're usually fond of, Moonlight Beach, finishes second, 21-1 on a 25-1.
Joe's Beauty took a lot of money and raced well and stuck around for third at 2-1. Little Mary, the outside post positions managed to get onto the high 5. Little Mary at 25-1, and Cheddar This to close to get the bottom of it 7-2. But Get out the wheelbarrow because it's going to be a big one. In fact, if it pays. Coming back in front of us is 9 Moonshiners of Credit, a 4-year-old up the credit. Bay Mare, Sean Hyatt and Dave Simpson. Sean Hyatt's the trainer. Scotty Coulter, the Tan Tornado, was able to score with Moonshiners Credit. Is the second win this year and the 4th lifetime. Moonshiners Credit and Scotty Coulter. Nice steer in 157 flat to win. Also note that Tiffany Chantel Photography down trackside getting the win photos. And if you would like to get a win photo, they're available about 10 minutes after each race. You can head on over to Tiffany's booth at the west end of the grandstand facing the paddock, and Tiffany Chantel Photography trackside for each race night, and gladly wanting to memorialize your win photo like the one with 9 Moonshiners Credit that she just took at stumbling over the 45.20 to win on 9 Moonshiners Credit. Also $13.30 and $7 for Moonlight Beach, $14.90 and $8.70, and 2 Jones Beauty, $3.90. There's your 20-cent high five. 2,776.71. Ka-ching. $2 exactor, $288.40. The dollar try, $1,600. $69.20. And the dollar win for will cycle back in just a second. Gives me a chance to turn the page to race number 7. That win for on a dollar ticket is 509.10. The sixth race, order of finish from the top. 736-298-541. That's 736-298-541. Seventh dash is next. Post time in about 5 minutes.
All right, well, it's time for race number 7, and tonight it's the start of our late pick 4. So start mapping out your winning wagers for that one. This is our lone division of the Prospect Series tonight for 3-year-old filly trotters, and well, it's a compact field of just 5. And I went to number 2, Iona Dream. Right now, 11-1 on the board. I can almost guarantee that price will not hold up. This one raced in the grassroots division last time at Clinton on July the 4th. Got away third, set an inside trip, ended up finishing 4th, beaten 10 lengths. So that was against Fuzzy Angel. We saw what she did tonight in the grassroots here in the opener. So I certainly don't think there's any shame in that effort. And the start before that, June 26th, this one was a rock-solid winner by open lengths under the wire when Paul McKenzie was aboard, and Paul McKenzie will be aboard tonight. I like Iona Dream, and, 11-1 will definitely not hold up on this one. And for second, I went to the current favorite, number 1, EL Miss Ellie, for Adrian Hickey with Aaron Byron in the bike. This one, 2 starts over Georgian Downs, finished third last time. Both times was a long price horse on the board, and I think that certainly has reason to improve tonight in just the third start of her life. I do think, though, that for me, anyways, if the at post time the 2 is the bigger price than the 1 EL Miss Ellie, I would certainly be happy to be on Iona Dream. It might be a price dependent play either way for me, though. But I do have number 1 EL Miss Ellie in for second. And for third, I went to number 3 Denise. This horse is going to get back on the Lasix program after not being able to use that medication at Hanover. Led a long way in that effort, then got tired late to finish 4th. And, it was a reasonably decent effort still. Went a long way on the lead. Took some support at 7-1 on that occasion. Now gets into the Prospect Series. I think this one certainly has a chance in here. 9-5 would be too short of a price for my liking, though, on number 3, Denise. And then for fourth, I went to number 5, The Last Dance. Got Mike Saftig on the bike. Last time finished 5th in a grassroots race at Clinton. And, got beat by a wide margin. But again, that was in against Fuzzy Angel. So no real surprise seeing that, because that one was a dominant winner in each of her last 2 efforts. So for me, it's going to be 2, 1, 3, and 5. That's number 2, Iona Dream. Right now, 5-1. I doubt that price will hold, but if it does, she'll definitely be a win bet, in my books, because I think she should be bet much closer to favoritism. Just 2 minutes to post. The horse will be on the track shortly for this division of the Prospect Series. We'll come back and talk about it more with Gary Guy after the post parade.
Field for the 7th on parade. 1, EL Miss Ellie. Aaron Byron for Adrian Hickey and James Edward Lewis. Number 2, Iona Dream. Paul McKenzie for Cherokee Lad and Triple S Equine. 3 is Denise. Ryan Holiday for Bill Meekins. Number 4 is Yoga Mouse. Travis Henry for Keith Jones and Doug McCarthy. And number 5, The Last Dance, Mike Saftik for Keith Jones and David Jim King. Field of 5, race number 7, the Prospect Series for 3-year-old trotting fillies. Well, Rob, the odds board has flipped around it now, and where I thought maybe you might get a bit of a price on 2 Iona Dream, not so much. I do understand, though, why it's your top pick. And I might live to regret having this one second, because certainly faced it tougher at Clinton, and also at that start at Hanover was a pretty solid, convincing win.
Yeah, definitely. I saw that effort at Hanover, and it certainly caught my eye. And the next one at Clinton, obviously against much tougher in the grassroots, and again, Fuzzy Angel was full marks for the effort tonight, and she was on that occasion as well. I like the looks of her on the track right now. 4 to 5. I'm not too big of a fan of, that's for sure, but we'll see if that floats up by post time.
Also looking at Terry Gallant's numbers have been pretty solid, and compared to the other trainers in here, he does stack up as the number 1 trainer of these 5. And Iona Dream, the only thing I held against Iona Dream, and it's a very minor thing, is that he's had 9 starts, while number 2 EL Miss Ellie has had 2, so maybe EL Miss Ellie has a chance to go forward and build off of that in just the 3rd start, and is one also that in that maiden class at Georgian was 3rd, 59-2. The speed compares well, but definitely faced easier.
Yeah, definitely. And the other thing about it that you make a good point, Gary, is that this horse EL Miss Ellie is just making her 3rd lifetime start, and there's a big progression between that first start to second start. And when horses are kind of going through their starts early in their career, you can see a much wider margin of improvement start to start. So there's definitely that working for EL Miss Ellie. And we're going to get to see her right now kind of score down here or there in Byron. It looks okay on the track.
Now, number 3, Denise, is your 3rd one, and my 3rd choice as well. Happy Holiday, Ryan Holiday, driving for Bill Meekins, and Bill, a longtime trainer that's been able to train a lot of successful horses. In fact, one of my favorite ones that he had, Willie or Won't He, we've seen here. Now, he doesn't have that one anymore, but he had that one for a long time, and Bill Meekins, very capable trainer. And Happy Holiday, well, this one was happy till the top of the stretch last time for Bill Meekins driving. Now Happy Holiday driving, and just gave it up a little bit late, but 5-2 is getting love as well.
Yeah, she's a smart looking filly, and listen, I the one thing I'll say about these type races for me, Gary, is that if a horse has speed and get to the front and can stay trotting, it might be a big advantage, because you never know what these younger trotters might do, and they're prone sometimes to making miscues and stuff. So, I certainly think if this one goes to the front tonight, or at least tries to get somewhere forwardly placed, can't get too far back in a 5-horse field, she has a chance. 5-2 on the board, a little shorter than I wanted to see on Denise. But definitely one that has a chance.
Now, if you just want to throw out the ones that are taking all the money and take a shot on a horse, number 5, The Last Dance, 2 starts ago at Georgian, post 7, went to the front. Now, only went to 3/4 of the mile before fading with a 32-3 final quarter, but it was a good 3/4, and that was just the 2nd career start. Last race at Clinton, but you mentioned Fuzzy Angel. Now, was way back, but The Last Dance, that was in OSS, now in the Prospect Series, definitely could get off the wings. If there's a horse that just might step up and race better than what the odds are suggesting, maybe it's The Last Dance has her dancing shoes on in here.
Yeah, 14-1 on this one, and sometimes when a horse gets the face easier, they get more competitive if they feel that they can, go with that group. So I certainly, wouldn't fault anyone for taking a shot on anything in this race. 14-1 in The Last Dance, definitely one I could use underneath.
Well, especially when you're talking about young trotting fillies. Sometimes that is a spot if you're going to take a flyer at a horse on a price, because you definitely can deal with breaking horses sometimes with young fillies. Not that we would wish that on anyone. And, well, it is a field of 5 taking up their positions. EL Miss Ellie on the inside with Iona Dream in the center. Denise into the outside. Yoga Mouse and The Last Dance. Field of 5, 7th dash on a Friday night at Grand River Raceway. It is post time. Here they come. Field of 5 trotters for the 7th race. Fillies have reached the top of the stretch. They're in the stretch, gathering speed. They're at the start of the rough, and Iona Dream leaves out with Denise to the outside. Yell Miss Ellie on the inside as those 3 trot into the turn. Yell Miss Ellie, though, takes the shortcut on around the turn, and to the outside, Iona Dream. It is Iona Dream. Yells Miss Ellie was second. Denise is third, and then it was Yoga Mouse in The Last Dance. Iona Dream owns a lead of about 3 right now. Iona Dream, now the 6-5 favorite, leads as they race on to the opening quarter. Yell Miss Ellie is second. Denise is third. Yoga Mouse in The Last Dance is trailing the field. 29-2 the opening quarter. It is Paul McKenzie who right now has the lead. Iona Dream owns an advantage of about 2 3/4 over EL Miss Ellie. Denise is third. Yoga Mouse is right there back in fourth, and then The Last Dance is fifth as they come off the turn and roll on towards us. Iona Dream. Yell Miss Ellie is racing second and moves up a little closer in the pocket. Denise is third. And then it is Yoga Mouse in The Last Dance. Positions unchanged, and they're all on the inside. No one yet flushing to challenge and try Iona Dream, who owns a lead of about 2.5 of a minute and 2. On down the backstretch they go. Yell Miss Ellie up a little tighter in the pocket. There goes Denise now. Moving on the outside, and Denise is coming on. And then it is Yoga Mouse in The Last Dance. It is Iona Dream. Iona Dream on the outside. Denise now has come on to take over second. Yell Miss Ellie is third. And then it is Yoga Mouse in The Last Dance. Dueling for fourth right now. 3/4, 131-1. And Iona Dream owns still a nice lead. It's about a length and 3/4. Denise and EL Miss Ellie has moved up a little closer as they're about to turn for home. On down the stretch where they come. Iona Dream, EL Miss Ellie, they try it up the inside, but Iona Dream continues on. They're not going to catch Iona Dream and Paul McKenzie, who owns a win of about a length and 3/4. EL Miss Ellie was second. The Last Dance was able to sashay up and get third. And then fourth was Yoga Mouse, 2 minutes and 4/5. Iona Dream was able to own the early lead and then keep on in possession of that lead all the way nicely to the finish, Rob.
Yeah, definitely. I loved the way Paul McKenzie handled this drive. Stayed on the outside, kept pushing to the lead. You can see how quick that turn comes, too. It looked like they were both going to clear EL Miss Ellie, and then she came back on up the inside to secure the pocket behind this one. I liked how he sat Chili a long way and then didn't start asking her until the turn to try to get away from her rivals, and she did exactly that. 6-5, hoping for more than that, but it's really not the worst price on this one, all things considered.
Well, and the top 2 on the board, the 1 and 2, did come in that order. It's a 2-1. We did get the longer play, number 5, The Last Dance, to waltz on to the try ticket in this compact field. It was a 2-1-5-4.
Yeah, that one, Last Dance, came up the inside there to grab third at the end there at 16-1. Should probably add some value to the trifecta. And surprisingly enough, Gary, the 2-1 exacta was higher than the 2-3 exacta. Probable on this one shows $10, which is a little bit surprising because I certainly thought it was most likely down to a 2-horse race between those two.
Well, not only was it a 2-horse race, but it was the 2 that you put in that order, the 2 and 1. So you got to be satisfied with $10 and a 2-1-5-4. Nice mile by Iona Dream. Paul McKenzie for Terry Gallant. Coming back in front of us, the winner of race number 7, it's number 2, Iona Dream, a 3-year-old Il Sango Dream. Bay filly, owned by Triple S Equine, trained by Terry Gillette. Paul McKenzie with the winning drive, delivering another big load of potatoes. It's the second win this year, second lifetime for Iona Dream. 2 minutes and 4/5. The 7th race payouts to Iona Dream for 70, 270, and 230. 1, El Misselli to 50, 220, and 5. The Last Dance to $50. Pick 3. 3 of 3, 479.65. $2 exactor, 10, 10. Dollar try, 28.35. Dollar super, 48.95. The 7th race order finished in the top. 21543. That's 21543 on the bottom.
All right, we're already at race 8, folks. This is for non-winners of 5,000 life on the pace. And, well, we're going to a horse that made my watch list in a big way last time. The problem is not offering much value on the board right now. In number 5, YS Delight. Right now, 6-5 on the board. Was expecting this horse to go off as the favorite. Hopefully we get a better price than that, but we might not, because he was extremely impressive last time. Got away 8th from the 6 hole and didn't really make a move till late in the mile. Circled up wide around the final turn and finished a real good second to Dirty Lil Piglet. And I was a big fan of that effort. Came a back half in 50, 6 and 4, and now is second in 2 career efforts, both times coming from off the pace, both times with tricky post positions. The trailing post in post 8 at Clinton, 6 hole here, 1 better today. From post 5, picks up Robert Shepard. I'm a big fan of YS Delight. A late bloomer, though, made his first career start as a 4-year-old. This will now be the 3rd start of his life for this son of Better's Delight. In for second, I went to number 4, Delightful Magic. Thought this horse raced okay last time. Real slick steer, though, from Brett McDonald in that effort. He was on the outside, second over, dropped to the inside, came up the passing lane to grab second to a horse that did win 2 in a row, an Okie from Muskogee. I think Delightful Magic has a big chance to land underneath and definitely hit that trifecta in super. Like that one for second, though. And then in for third, I went to number 2, Ricotta Be Kidding Me. This one last time did get a good trip second over. Didn't fire at all, in the stretch. But Count Blaster kind of got things his own way on the front end of that occasion. This horse got hammered down to just 2-1 that night. And expecting this one to provide a better effort this evening from post 2. 9-1 right now on Ricotta Be Kidding Me is a pretty nice price, that's for sure. And then for fourth, they went to number 8, Better's Authority. Tough post position for this horse for sure, but we've seen a lot of horses come from Mohawk Park and do well, going from there, non-winners of 1, and then coming here. And this horse actually raced pretty well to finish third to a horse named Power Train. Probably recognize that one if you follow Mohawk Park, because that horse has just been a complete monster in his 3 lifetime wins. And that race went in 51-2. And this one, paced a pretty solid mile to be third on that occasion. So definitely has some speed. Problem is that post 8, post 8, so difficult here at Grand River Racer. Right now, 14-1, though, is a big overlay on number 8, Better's Authority. That's for sure. If he can get into the race, he's one that cannot be counted out. But for me and everyone else, apparently, on the odds board at 8-5, and all 3 handicappers here at Grand River Raceway put number 5, YS Delight, on top. Probably made all of our watch lists last time because he raced fantastic in defeat and finishing second. And I'm going to stick with that one, even at a price of 9-5. But we'll come back and talk about this race a little further with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field 4 race. Number 8 on parade. Number 1, there's the boy, Nick Boyd, for Claudette Lemessier and Scott Dubuick. Number 3, Fine Credit, Bruce Richardson for Daniel Kennedy. Daniel Kenny and Heather and Letitia Sawyer and Ken Albright. Number 4, Delightful Magic. It's Brad McDonough for Chrislyn Nother. Number 5 is YS Delight, Robert Shepard for Gary McDonald. And number 6, Written in Stone, Dave Duncan for Brenda Duncan and Judy Campbell. Number 7, Better Hide Your Heart, Austin Story for Nelson White and Lisa Lehman. Number 8 is Better's Authority, Mark McKinnon for Robert Hamather. And number 9, Lux Seals, Jerry Cullen Kelly for Matt Dupuis, and a very good bad example stable. Well, let's get a look at this field for race number 8, and we'll start with number 5, YS Delight. All 3 of the handicappers have this one on top. although underneath him we have a different opinion, but we're all going together. Look at this one, showed excellent ability to race from off the pace. The question, Rob, will be how much will he leave in here? Now, it is only a third career start, and he's a 4-year-old.
Yeah, definitely. I think he's, that last effort, though, 56-4 here, that back half was really strong as well. I'm hoping that he can get off the gate, obviously better than he did last time, because he'll have a lot of work to do if he gets away 8th again. But Source has progressed really well, and I think that he's also met a field that he can beat today. So second in both of his career starts so far. A late bloomer, but I think he finds the winner's circle tonight.
He's definitely been tabbed on the board as the one to beat, 3-5. No value there. Number 4, Delightful Magic, is your second choice. And Delightful Magic and Brad McDonald, nice effort here last time out to finish second to Oki from Muskokie. And Delightful Magic, right now, 7-2.
Yeah, decent price on this one for sure. My second choice, and I liked what Brett McDonald did with this one last time, was sitting second over, saw a chance to drop down to the inside, did it, saved ground on the turn, and then went up the passing lane to finish second to a horse that, as we saw, Gary, was really dominant in both those wins there. One of them was a small margin, but he did it easy first over Oki from Muskokie. So I think Delightful Magic, just on that form reference, is one you need to consider in here, and is my clear choice in seconds. Now 9-2, pretty decent price.
Also, the thing you see, this one shows increasingly better after that post-8 start here June the 18th. Shows a forward progression. Maybe could even forward progress enough to get the better of 5 Wyeth Delight, but at least a smart one for the exactor ticket. Number 2, Regatta Be Kidding Me. Well, if you remember, I took this one to win last time out, and I was disappointed, so maybe I have kind of jumped off the bandwagon a little bit. Regatta Be Kidding Me. I do have a lot of respect for the barn, the connections, and gets the post position for a little redemption again. Regatta Be Kidding Me.
Yeah, I think this one, has an opportunity to right the ship tonight. Again, my top selection is definitely YS Delight. I kind of struggled with who to put second. I went to Delightful Magic, and then, Regatta Be Kidding Me was the third choice for me, only because that, like you said, last effort was disappointing. But it's one of those opportunities you get to take back value now, right? 2-1 last time, 7-1 tonight. If you bet this horse last time, you almost have to come back to him again at this price.
Now, one thing to note, had about 4 weeks between starts before that last one. Now comes back 7 days later, so has an excuse to be better than that last start. Number 8, Bettor's Authority, will have to be a good to overcome post position 8, but look at, you see 53-1 back-to-back starts in June at Mohawk, and you see 3 27 and change final quarters. This one definitely can come from off the pace if he can leave it all to get at least forwardly spotted enough that he doesn't have to loop them all. 4-1, he's getting a lot of love despite the post.
Yeah, and this poor horse started his career at 3 and had to face Powertrain in his first career start. That horse went out and paced in 51-2. Then Lancaster Bomber, 52 flat in this horse's second start. Really decent tries, though, against both those real tough racehorses. Either one of those horses would be 1-9, with a bullet in this race, that's for sure. Last time, got away 10th from the 10 hole. You can forgive that one. And I don't know. I agree with you. If this horse had an inside post, he'd be a big-time player in here.
One that maybe we could take just a little bit of look at is number 3, Fine Credit. Now, it did make the top 3 in 3 consecutive back in March at London, but the 3 starts now off the shelf. Nothing really to write home about those, but has a favorable post position. We've seen him race better in the past. Maybe he could find a way to get the ship righted here. You get 8-1.
Yeah, taking a lot of money actually right now, to be honest, at 8-1. The form certainly would suggest this horse should be a bigger price, I'd say. But, again, last time you can certainly throw it out. Post 7 got away 8th, no chance at that point. This time should be put into play from the 3 hole. And, if this horse can find some pylons instead of favorable trip, you can definitely get a piece of it.
It is a field of 9 for race number 8. Maiden Horses and Geldings on the pace, taking up positions, and it is on the inside. There's the boy. You gotta be kidding me. And Fine Credit in the center. Delightful Magic and YS Delight to the outside, written in stone. Better Hide Your Heart and Bettor's Authority, and the second tier, Lux Sealster. It is a field of 9, race number 8, top of the stretch. Here they come. Field for the 8th race. At the start of the round, there's the boy will leave well. Fine credit. You gotta be kidding me. Delightful Magic. Then it is Luck Sealster on the inside. YS Delight in the center. On the outside, Written in Stone. The trailing pair right now are Better Hide Your Heart and Better's Authority is last away. Fine credit has come on. And his Fine Early has got the lead, but Delightful Magic is pressing on. Delightful Magic now is going to come on the outside and will sweep up and take the lead. Fine credit is in a fine spot in the pocket. There's the boys racing third. Then fourth is, gotta be kidding me. Back in fifth is Luck Sealster, Written in Stone. YS Delight has only a couple beaten, and they're Better Hide Your Heart and Better's Authority as the field races their way. I'm past the quarter in 28 and 2. And right now, Delightful Magic and Brett McDonald's got the lead at 9-1. Fine credit on the inside, second at 17-1. Then it is There's the Boy to the inside third. Ricotta Be Kidding Me now is going to advance to the outside. Luck Sealster is on the inside fifth, but now it is YS Delight starting to kick into gear. Then it is back further to Written in Stone. Then Better's Authority, and trailing is Better Hide Your Heart. It is Delightful Magic, but Ricotta Be Kidding Me now is moving up pretty aggressively, striding up on the outside, and is only but a head off the lead. And third is Fine Credit, and then YS Delight is racing fourth and is moving, but still about 5 off the lead of Ricotta Be Kidding Me. Then there's the boy and Luck Sealster, Written in Stone, and Better's Authority. 3/4 is 127 and 3, and it is Ricotta Be Kidding Me. Delightful Magic hasn't thrown in the towel though and is trying to come back on Ricotta Be Kidding Me. And then YS Delight and Fine Credit, they come on down the stretch ride. Ricotta Be Kidding Me and Anthony Hahn. No, I'm not kidding. Ricotta Be Kidding Me wins it by 2. Then second was Delightful Magic. Then we had YS Delight. And finishing fourth was Fine Credit, 156 and 2. Rob, I liked this one on top last week and didn't get rewarded, so got off at the wrong time.
Yeah, I said that before the race, Gary. If someone backed this one last time, I would definitely come back to this one. You got to take that value back. 2-1 last time, 7-1 this time, and you made a very astute observation back on a regular rotation, and that was probably the key with this one. Probably needed the last effort and got the job done tonight, 56 and 2. The favorite and everyone's top selection, YS Delight, just had too much work to do, and that's something we could have covered actually in the pre-show. Is one of the tips. Be very leery of horses that don't show gate speed. I thought we'd see more from this horse off the gate tonight. We didn't see it. He had way too much work to do. Another solid effort, but at a half-mile surface, if you don't have speed, you end up being the victim to this sometimes.
Well, you were right about the one that could be second best in here, Delightful Magic, even though you had a different horse on top. But it is a 2-4-5-3, but Ricotta Be Kidding Me. I went off the wrong time, and that is the better's lament. Bet him last week, didn't like him this week. How'd that work out? 2-4-5-3, number 2, Ricotta Be Kidding Me, a 3-year-old better than Cheddar Bay Colt. On the Hut Racing Trend by Meg Crone. Anthony Hahn with the winning drive. First win for Ricotta Be Kidding Me, 156 and 2. Eighth race payouts to Ricotta Be Kidding Me, $16.90, $730 to $80. For Delightful Magic, $80 and $2.80, and 5Y is Delight 210. $2 exactor, $81. Dollar try, $62.85. Dollar superfected, $282.35. Eighth race order finish from the top is a 614-238-957. That's 614-238-957.
All right, well, time flies when you're having fun. We're already at race 9. It's time for the late double and our fourth and final division of the OSS Grassroots for 3-year-old trotting fillies. And I think this one is going to be a good one, folks. I did go to number 1, Tipsy and Dixie, because this one has been racing fantastic. A real nice winner in each of her last two. June 22nd, jogged at Mohawk Park in 55 and 3. Was wrapped up on the end of that as well. Then came right back at Clinton on July the 4th in the OSS Grassroots, and from post 7 made the lead and made every call a winning one. That's not easy to do, folks, from post 7 at Clinton Raceway. So Tipsy and Dixie will be tough to beat. 4-5 on the board right now. But the horse that I think might be able to give her a go is number 2, Great Dane. And I'm going to keep preaching this qualifier, a key qualifier for me. Valley Hanover won it on July the 6th. Titan's Dream finished second. That horse came back to win here on Wednesday night. And Mystic was the third place finisher. And she actually came out victorious tonight at Mohawk Park. This one was actually, kind of climbing over them with lots of trot at the wire. 2 gold races last year for this one, a second and a fourth. This is not one to sleep on, folks. 2-1 right now on number 2, Great Dane, and one that definitely merits consideration. I think, might even be able to give Tipsy and Dixie a run for her money, even though it's her first start off the bench. Number 3, Doing It All, right now sitting at 10-1 on the board. Certainly think you can't go wrong putting this one underneath in your trifectas. Did try a gold event on July the 1st. Got beat 19 lengths and finishing 8th, but HP Mama B was a rock-solid winner in there. Finished second last time to the Prince. Nice horse over at Mohawk Park, and now is a 2. So that should, match up pretty well against this group. And I think really Doing It All just hooked a couple real tough ones in the 1, Tipsy and Dixie, and 2, Great Dane. So Doing It All is my third choice. And then for fourth, I went to number 4, Flanagan Destiny. Last time at Clinton, had the rail, ended up finishing 6th. And I just think this one might have an opportunity to improve tonight. And if she can get away off the gate and just get a soft trip, maybe round out the superfecta at a big price right now, 35-1 on the board. But for me, I put number 1, Tipsy and Dixie on top. She's been too good to really go against in her last 2. And I think that the half-mile surface really suits the way she likes to race. And, with that pole position, she's going to be tough to beat. Mario Bayarjan up in the bike. And, Great Dane, though, is one I would certainly, keep my eye on. I really was impressed by the way this one qualified. Just think that she's hooked a very difficult competitor in Tipsy and Dixie. That's the way I see it, folks. In program order, 1, 2, 3, 4. And I swear to you, I did the work on this race. I'm not just mailing it in, picking 1, 2, 3, 4 like Sesame Street. That's who I like. We'll come back and talk about this race a little further with Gary Guy after the post break.
Field for the 9th on Parade 1, Tipsy and Dixie, Mario by Elijah for Harry Polton and the stable. And number 2, Great Dane, Colin Kelly for Sean Stacy and Mark Stacy and Natasha Rive, and Glengate Farms. Number 3, Doing It All, Steve Byron for John Bax. 4 is Flanagan Destiny, Nick Boyd for Rennie Dion and Liette Flanagan. Number 5, Exclusive Rosette, Roger Mayotte for Just in Time Stable and RAW Equine and Ben Boutry. And number 6, Cadillac Girl, Paul McKenzie for Benoit Hébert and Dennis Marcotte. Number 7, LMC S'mores, Travis Henry for Kyle Reibling and Frank Cirillo. And the bright Fox Valley Lisa next door for Benoit by out of Jean, Anthony Lombardi, and George Gomes. And number 9, out on a mission, Jay Harris for Gordon Dancetovik and Bob Dancetovik and Ken Albrecht. Field of 9, race number 9. And there is number 1, Tipsy and Dixie. And scoring down, you have to assume that, that she's going to leave. In fact, she was a 2-5 favorite at Clinton in the Grassroots from post 7 last race and won into wraps. Post 1, why wouldn't you be leaving?
Yeah, exactly. That kind of speaks to, the respect of this horse, gets in this OSS Grassroots division. And that effort two starts back at Mohawk Park, Gary, was just incredible as well. She looks great scoring down. And, I would have really liked to have been able to pick Great Dane in here. I was kind of enamored with this horse and the way that she qualified, but I think Tipsy and Dixie might just be too tough.
The thing about number 2, Great Dane, that I probably held against her too much was just that she hasn't had a start. Does have 2 qualifiers. You do have to note, though, she raced some solid company last year. In fact, first career start was second in a gold. And Sean Stacy usually knows how to classify whether he has grassroots or gold horses, so he already showed her a lot of love early on.
Yeah, and she really raced well on both those efforts last year. Obviously, they're a long time ago, almost a year from her last start, in a parimutuel race. But that last qualifier, do not sleep on it. She came around that last turn with all kinds of trot, and James McDonald had a huge hold on her, nowhere to really go at the wire, and was climbing over top of them. 2 horses in that race. The second place finisher, third place finisher have already come back to win. It's what I call a key qualifier. You know how much I love those, Gary.
One thing I would have loved to see last year, July the 12th, when she finished second, beating a length and a quarter. She was 245 to 1. That would have been a nice blow up the tote board. Others, how about number 3, Doing It All, and Steve Byron for John Bax was good as a 2-year-old. Already had 8 starts as a 2-year-old last year. Very competitive, and 4 tries as a 3-year-old, and off a nice second, nominated 2 at Mohawk last race.
Yeah, I don't mind the price in this horse right now at 7 to 1, especially as an underneath play. The Prince, I think, is a very nice trotter, and she finished a respectable second to that one. You can't fault her finishing 8th, beating 19 lengths in the golds, that's for sure. And really, this season, hit the board in 2 of 4, and has been racing reasonably well. I think she just really hooked a difficult division here. I think in other spots we might have been thinking she'd be a horse to peg for second, maybe even for the win.
Number 4, Flanagan Destiny, is one that's made some breaks early, has flashed some wheels in spots, and you do see this one racing well at Kawartha June the 12th to finish second and put in a 28 and 4th third panel. But Flanagan Destiny has to mind her manners and also find a way to leave a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I was looking for one that would be a bit of a price to put on the bottom of the Super, because I figured I'd be on the 3 favorites with the 1, 2, and 3, and I thought this one has a reason that to possibly improve in here, able to get away off the gate and just sit in a nice cozy spot and hopefully hit the ticket.
Well, she did leave and make the front at Kawartha in that start, so there is that gate speed. It's just that you might have to be careful leaving with those breaks on the dance card as well. There is one, number 8, Fox Valley Lisa. I put this one underneath Tipsy and Dixie. I know I'm going against it from post 8, but the fans have this one down at 7 to 2. Closed really well at Clinton last race. The mile was 2:01. That's the same speed that Tipsy and Dixie went at Clinton. And also, this one sent up by Benoit by out of Jean. And this is also a horse that, look, it earned $160,000 last year as a 2-year-old.
Yeah, definitely. This horse, certainly merits respect in here. The biggest issue for me, as Gary, I talked about in the pre-show, post positions, everything, and I think there's a lot of horses that might be vying to try to get off the gate from the inside of this one, which doesn't usually work out to be a recipe for success.
Well, we'll see how it unfolds. It is a field of 9, and it is the 4th Grassroots Division, OSS, 3-year-old trotting fillies, and Tipsy and Dixie, Great Dane, and Doing It All on the inside. In the center, Flanagan Destiny, an exclusive Rosette. Then to the outside, Cadillac Girl, LMC S'mores, and Fox Valley Lisa, the second tier, out on a mission. Field of 9 fillies for the 9th race in the stretch. They're nearing the start. And they're off. Tipsy and Dixie, Cadillac Girl, and also Exclusive Rosette and Great Dane down to the inside. And then also Fox Valley Lisa leaves a little bit on the outside. And going off stride is Cadillac Girl, and also Great Dane made a break in stride. And LMC S'mores is off stride, but it's Tipsy and Dixie who's got a lead right now of about 2 1/4. Exclusive Rosette is second. Fox Valley Lisa with those breakers was able to get away third from post 8, and now Out on a Mission is on a mission early and is striding up on the outside. Fox Valley Lisa is fourth, and Doing It All is currently doing the fifth. But right now, Tipsy and Dixie getting pressured by Out on a Mission as those two duel on around the turn off a 29 and 1 opening quarter. Tipsy and Dixie as they race their way off the turn. Out on a Mission is out and is right alongside Tipsy and Dixie as they work their way on towards us. Exclusive Rosette is right there in a good spot on the inside third, enjoying watching that battle on top. And Fox Valley Lisa is forwardly placed fourth, and then Doing It All 58 seconds flat the halftime. Tipsy and Dixie as they work into the backstretch. Out on a Mission hasn't gone away just yet and is a length back and getting up a little closer. Then Exclusive Rosette and Fox Valley Lisa now move to the outside and is already going to pull out 3 wide and then Doing It All. But Tipsy and Dixie continues on and going off stride. Fox Valley Lisa, after pulling 3 wide, made a break. Now here comes Doing It All and Steve Byron, 3/4 in 1:28. Tipsy and Dixie now Doing It All is looking to pounce on Tipsy and Dixie. Was challenged in the early going off that 58 half and 3/4 1:28, and that is Tipsy and Dixie Doing It All on the outside, looking for the upset, and then down to the inside third. Exclusive Rosette and Cadillac Girl, but it's Tipsy and Dixie. Tipsy and Dixie makes every call a winning one and wins it by about a length and 3/4. Doing It All was second. Exclusive Rosette was third. And then to round out the top 4 is 6 Cadillac Girl. Tipsy and Dixie, absolutely the one to beat, and was able to get it done rather nicely.
Yeah, it was, a couple of tense moments, but not really, right? Tipsy and Dixie went to the lead. A lot of breakers in the race. There was a lot of horses that did not mind their manners, and Tipsy and Dixie has shown in the past that she is one that can, especially on a half-mile track. And, well, she made every call a winning one, got challenged a couple times in the mile. Knew she couldn't let Out on a Mission go, that's for sure. Wins in 57 and 3. Really, relatively easy, Gary.
The inquiry sign will go up as the judges reviewing the breakers and racing action on that first turn. I was a little surprised that Out on a Mission popped out, but still actually a solid effort to keep that one in mind in the future because she hooked up against a really good one, and that was tough.
Yeah, definitely. It's a pretty difficult task to take on a 4 to 5 shot who's been dominant like that, in her last 2. So not much of a chance at that point. But Doing It All made a nice recovery to end up finishing second after making a break in the first turn.
Yeah, that's the one that the inquiry signed pertaining to 3 Doing It All in a break. But as mentioned, finishing second, and Steve Byron for John Back's strong OSS connections there. And then 5 Exclusive Rosette was able to get a trip and stick around.
Yeah, definitely. A nice price there. That Roger Mayott's no stranger to these spots, and nice young trotters, and ended up getting third at 30 to 1.
And a 6 Cadillac Girl at 60 to 1. With the breakers, it opens up the bottom of the ticket, and Cadillac Girl was able to pounce onto the super. But in front of us is 1 Tipsy in Dixie, a 3-year-old Muscle Mass Bay filly. The winning drive to Mario by Jean. Harry Polton's the trainer. The owner's the stable. And Hutchinson Harness. It's the 3rd win this year and the 6th lifetime. 157 and 3 for Tipsy in Dixie. Fans, the inquiry, son, will go down. The judges ruling that there were no violations of the braking regulations. Ninth race payouts: 1, Tipsy and Dixie, 360 to 50 to 23, doing it all to 80 to 50. 5, Exclusive Rosette, 530. $2 Exactor, 660. Dollar Drive, 1445. Dollar Super, 163.25. Ninth race order finish from the top: 182, 734, 956. That's 182-734-956.
All right, we've reached the final dash of the evening, folks. So great to see so many people in the stands at Grand River Raceway tonight. And make sure you connect with us on all our social channels on Facebook, Twitter at GrandRR. And if you want to follow me on Twitter and connect with me at Robert Reed Jr., just by name. Very easy to remember. Let's look now at the final dash of the evening. Pacers, non-winners of $50,000 a lifetime. And it is that super high five. One more chance to get it in on a wager that can pay a lot of money, that's for sure. Their first one did almost $3,000 for 20 cents. This one might be able to do the same. I think this is a competitive field. And I went to number 2, Quick Tour. I came back to this one. I didn't go in this one's corner last time on July 2nd, the 7-hole, because that was a difficult post. Got a tough trip from out there too. But I did back this one. First start off the bench, June 25th, was actually his first start back after missing all of last season. But this gelding was rock solid as a 2-year-old, and I like that effort first off the bench. And now with an inside post, I think there's a chance here to take back some value on this one. 5-1 on the board right now, and I think that price will probably hold come post time. I think Quick Tour is definitely talented enough to get the better of this group. If he's anything close to his best day, inside speed should be the name of the game tonight. And for second, I like number 6. Let's Get Pickled. This one finished third last time in this class on July the 2nd. The one problem with this one might be the fact that he doesn't have much gate speed, or at least hasn't shown much gate speed. Post 6, not the easiest spot to get away from, but I do think this one has enough talent and speed to get a big piece of this, and that's why I put Let's Get Pickled in for second. Right now, 5-1 on the board on that one. And then in for third, I went to Next Big Thing, number 5. I see that Gary and Ken both put this one on top. Liked the effort last time here at Grand River. First over a long way, opened up 4 lengths, and somehow still got caught in the stretch by My Land. It was kind of a shocker to us on that evening. But I do think that this one is worth maybe going back to. The effort was strong enough, and right now 9-1 on the board. That's some serious value on number 5, Next Big Thing. And then I went to the winner of this class on July the 2nd. My Land in the 4th spot. Solid connections, Paul McKenzie and Gerard Demers for sure. And we let that one slip by us on that occasion. Won at 5-1. Finished 5th to start before that in this class. And I don't know. I would probably be looking at this one as a possibility right now at 10-1. I thought he would take more support, and that's why I went against them. But at 10-1, certainly worth a look. Number 4 at My Land. And then I went to number 3, Millennium Sealster. Inside post today for this one. Drew outside in each of his last 3. Was racing reasonably well considered the post positions, and I think might be able to do some more tonight from that post 3 at right now 7-1. So for me, I'm keeping it inside, but I avoided the 1 for some reason. Right now, the favorite at 5-2, and we know the 1 likes to always hit that super high 5. But I went 2, 6, 5, 4, 3. Those are my numbers, but we'll come back and talk about it one more time with Gary Guy after the post parade.
Field for the 10th on parade. One Mockvius, Brent McDonough, Todd Ratchford at ECS Racing. Number 2 is Quick Tour, Mike Horner for RAW Equine at Mark Horner. Number 3, Millennium Silster, Jay Harris for Emma Christoforou and Charlebois Christoforou. And number 4 is My Land, Paul McKenzie for Gerard Demers and Tag Incorporated. Number 5, Next Big Thing, Austin Sorry for Bob McIntosh and CSX Stables and Dave Boyle. Number 6, Let's Get Pickled, Mike Vanderkamp for Diana Secord. And number 7, To Jennifer's Credit, Travis Henry for Sean Arnott. Number 8 is Doc Finelli, Colin Kelly for Kyle Bossons. And number 9 is Wags, Bo Brown for Tisha Symes and Mike Goldberg. Field of 9, race number 10. Rob, I think this is an interesting dash to round to the high 5. I think there's a lot of possibilities. The only one not getting any love on the board is 7, To Jennifer's Credit, but a lot of horses getting a look. But I think you're right with 2 Quick Tour. This is the class of the field from a good post position. You got to assume that he's going to be leaving again now.
Yeah, and he left pretty well to get to the lead in his first start back on June the 25th, and just couldn't hold off. I'll get my own thanks, and I thought that this one definitely needed that effort. Last time, got a difficult trip from post 7, parked a long way. It kind of, to me, points that this one should be ready now to maybe produce his best, or at least close to it, whatever the version of his best is now at 4. But 6-1 just seems like a big price to me.
Number 6, Let's Get Pickled, is encumbered with a lack of gate speed, but is one that had to race from a bunch of tough posts and was able to race very effectively from the trailer post in 2 starts here to hit the top 3 in both. Let's Get Pickled is offering 6-1.
Yeah, he hasn't missed a board in his last 3 since the shutdown, and kind of has done well to do it each time. Last time, I thought he raced well to be 3rd, in a race where Milan got the job done and kind of snuck past us. But Let's Get Pickled, 7-1. I was not expecting this. I thought Let's Get Pickled would take more support, and I see Milan now is taking that support at 8-5.
Number 5, Next Big Thing. Both Kenny and I have this one on top. At 2 starts ago, left in 27-4, but got parked trying to make it the lead and then parked every step of the way. In front by 4 at the top of the stretch. Now, you mentioned got caught by Milan, but I don't fault a horse for giving up that 4-length lead if he's parked every step of the way, and it still was a good time of 54-1. Next best thing is 5-1.
Yeah, it was 55-2, opening half. This one was on the outside of it, and we've mentioned before that Austin Story does a great job keeping horses alive from that first over position. Well, he got this one right to the lead and then opened up 4 lengths. I think I had that one on top that night, Gary, and I was actually looking to who's going to be second, and then when, Milan nailed him, well before the wire, and I do think this one merits respect in here. A little bit surprised not taking more support at 4-1.
Well, if you're going to mention My Land, that's the one we'll see next. Now, My Land is one that took a bunch of time off as well, much like Quick Tour. Has had 5 starts coming back and comes in off the win. Gerard Demers has been on fire. Paul McKenzie still has the hands left, and My Land looking to try to win back-to-back in this class.
You can't take much away from that effort. I mean, kind of came out of nowhere for us in the sense that, I certainly wasn't expecting that one to, produce that kind of effort at that occasion, but he certainly did. 54 flat, and now, 5-2. I figured that he would definitely take respect in here. The connections are rock solid. I just kind of wanted to go against him because I thought he would, take that money tonight.
There's a look at number 3, Millennium Silster, and Jay Harris for Emma Christoforou, and she sports some nice numbers. Now, this one's only got 2 wins in 20 starts, but I think with the better post position, one at least that you have to use somewhere on the ticket because managed to get on the top 3 in back-to-back before that last race.
Yeah, definitely, and I actually like the way this one raced on June the 14th as well when he finished 4th and came back. Raced well to finish 3rd behind Quick Tour and the one after that. And I think this one, the post is going to be a big factor for this one tonight. I did put this one in for 5th, but I would not be surprised if this one got onto the trifecta ticket.
We just had Mockfius on the screen, and we've left the one off, and usually the one can get on the high 5. But I'll tell you, number 8, Doc Finelli, gets high marks for getting the job done here. One class below this last race, moves up. But Colin Kelly and Kyle Boston's, they're offering a price right now of 17 to 1. It is a field of 9 for the 10th and final dash, this super high 5. Mockfius, Quick Tour, Millennium Sealster on the inside of the center, my land, and next big thing to the outside. Let's Get Pickled to Generous Credit and Doc Finelli, and the second tier, Wags. It is a field of 9 for the 10th race. Gathering speed approaching the start. They're at the start of the rough. In Quick Tour, Mockfius leading out with Millennium Sealster in My Land as they charge it into the turn. But right now, grabbing the early lead on the inside is Mockfius. But now it'll be Quick Tour. Quick Tour and Mockfius duel into the backstretch. And Wags gets out well from the trailer post to race from 3rd. Then Millennium Sealster and My Land. And next big thing is 6th away. Let's Get Pickled is back in 7th. Then Doc Finelli. And to Jennifer's credit is trailing the field. Quick Tour at 7 to 1's got the lead as they work around the turn. Mockfius with the pocket ride is second on the back of Quick Tour. Wags is on the inside 3rd. Millennium Sealster 4th, and then it is My Land and next big thing. Then Let's Get Pickled and Doc Finelli as they race off the turn into Jennifer's credit. But it is Quick Tour who brings them up to the half off a 27-2 opening quarter. And Quick Tour tours on past the half right now. Mockfius on the inside. There goes Millennium Sealster to work first over. And then Wags is on the inside racing 4th. And My Land is well spotted, second over. Then to the outside, next big thing. Down to the pylons is Doc Finelli. Then it is Let's Get Pickled, and to Jennifer's credit, Quick Tour tours the backstretch. Millennium Sealster to challenge. We're getting 3 wide action from next big thing. Now is going to be 4 wide as 3 wide comes My Land off of 56 and 3 halftime. They race on to 3/4 in pursuit of Quick Tour. It is Quick Tour. Next big thing now is advanced up to take over second, but is still a length and 3/4 back. Quick Tour is digging in on the lead. Next big thing on the outside, and then it is Millennium Sealster. And now Let's Get Pickled is traveling on the outside and is coming on gamely. They come on down the stretch by. Next big thing. Quick Tour on the inside. They're going to settle things in the lane. Next big thing has come on to win it. Quick Tour was second. Let's Get Pickled 3rd. Then Millennium Sealster, and finishing 5th was Wags. 154 and 1. Next big thing had work to do going to 3/4 to catch a very sharp Quick Tour, but he was able to do it.
Yeah, nice win there from next big thing. I went off this one this time. Gary went to Quick Tour. Nice effort from Quick Tour, though. It's 7 to 1. I mean, that horse went off at a giant price, in my opinion. This one too closed at 7 to 2. Another, I mean, good price on this one as well. I really thought that I like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 are those horses, not in that order, anyways. But they ended up making up the superfecta, but not the high 5, unfortunately.
Yeah, number 6, Let's Get Pickled, also kicked in nice in the late going. I wanted to keep an eye out later. And also, 3 Millennium Sealster battled hard first up and still was able to stay for the ticket. You know, Wags is one that we need to keep an eye on because the trailer post is tough, but one Mockfius left. But then Wags had to do some work, but managed to at least get onto the high 5.
Yeah, I got away really well, too, off the gate when Mockfius left out hard. And, you know, I think my detriment in not using that one in my top 5 was that I didn't use Mockfius, and you know my rule.
If you don't like the 1, you can't like the 9.
Exactly.
Problem is, you should have liked the 1 at least enough for Wags to get off the gate. Of course, it's easy to say that after. Perfect hindsight 2020 and the 20 to 1 on Wags.
Yeah, we needed to get together on this one, Gary. You like the 5 next big thing on top. I like Quick Tour on top. Let's Get Pickled runs 3rd. Millennium Sealster runs 4th. This was not really that hard to have, but you still got to put it all together.
Well, number 5, Next Big Thing, did put it all together. A very fine steer by Austin Sorey. Coming back in front of us, a 3-year-old Shadow Play Brown Gelding, owned by Bob McIntosh and CSX Stables and Dave Boyle. Robert McIntosh trains, and Austin Sorey with the winning drive. It's the first win this year and the second lifetime. Next Big Thing, 150, 4-1. The 10th race payout, 5, Next Big Thing, $9 for 33.20. 2, Quick Tour, 6.10, 3.10. And number 6, Let's Get Pickled, 5.70. The dollar win for. Forget the win for now. How about the exactor at $2 ticket, 71.30. The dollar try, 185.65. The double, 33.70. Dollar win for 277.65. A 20-cent high five. 1,241.09. Ka-ching. The 10th race. Order of finish from the top. 824-613-975. That's 824-613-975. Well, fans, that concludes the live harness racing program for this Friday night. Action resumes on a Monday with the first race of 6:30 p.m. Buenas noches, amigos. Good night, everybody. Good night, Christine.